Alright. Hello everyone. Welcome back to Really Really Longathon. My name's Fiddle Bob. I am going to be running Guild Wars 2 map completion for you all today. Just as a quick explanation, this is the Central Tyria map. Every map has certain objectives. The aim of this run is to start a new character and then do all of those objectives as quickly as possible. I have not practiced this run a whole lot recently, so there's a very real chance that I go over time, but we'll see how that goes. What won the poll? Was it Sylvari? I'm pretty sure it was Sylvari. So we're going to play Sylvari. We played a female last time, so we'll play male. Why not? We're going to play a thief because thief is overpowered. Appearance doesn't matter. None of these matter. Name T X, sure. Hopefully that's not taken. Okay, so time starts when we load into the tutorial. So I'll hit the skip button here, and then time will start. And hopefully I didn't forget anything about my setup. Alright, so 3, 2, 1, and start. Whoa, whatever, it's fine. Yeah, so very first thing we're going to do in this run is insane level grind. So we're just going to do this. These are terms of knowledge, they give us levels. We're just going to spam click here to get straight up to level 80, which is the level cap. Once we've done that, we can peace out of the tutorial.
Look at my talent.
Alright, level 80. We want to go here. Probably on their peaks. Yeah, so that's how you skip the tutorial in this game. You hit level 80 and then you just teleport out.
It was nothing.
Those inventory slots at the top of my inventory that you saw there, those are the shared inventory slots, so those are shared between all of your characters. So we kind of just abuse that to sneak in some, where are we going? We want to go, actually no, we want to go in here. To sneak in some items that we're not really supposed to have. Just use the key to Old Lion's Arch. Yeah, that's also worked, but we actually want to... what am I doing? I have not practiced this run, like, at all. So, first thing we're going to do is grab a bunch of items from our bank. So this is a bunch of max level gear, plus a bunch of items that are going to help us later. That should be everything. I guess we'll take these, and we just go through here. The item that level, they are Tomes of Knowledge. They're pretty simple to get, but like I have like 500 of them just in my bank, but they're very good for leveling up characters. Yeah, so yeah, this is Lion's Arch. Once it loads in, we'll get a quick cutscene that plays the first time we enter Lion's Arch, and that'll put us over here by the entrance. And then, I forgot to grab the thing that I was supposed to grab. Okay, hang on. I need to go back in there. There's one more item that we need to get from World v World. And that is, we need to talk to Heroic's Notary and buy 215 of these. Wait, no. 215 of these. And what we just bought were heroic challenges. They essentially just let us auto-complete hero points. Hero points are one of the objectives in this on the map. We can buy them from World v World because the Guild War 2, the devs wanted to allow people to just only play World v World or something. So we got 215 of them, which should complete all of the challenges once we well, almost all of the challenges on the map. There's actually, the way it works is using one will complete a random challenge, but you cannot use it to complete every single challenge. There will always be exactly one that it won't let you complete, and which one that is completely random. So what we're going to do, this is kind of a bit complicated because I'm trying to do my do map completion while also trying to equip my character at the same time, but I will probably just take a second in just a bit to actually, yeah, I'm gonna sit down and actually just do all of this because I have not practiced this enough to do all this. We want this one, and we want rifle, double pistol. What? No. Double pistol. And then over here we want these ones. And then we want to take this in the offhand here. And then we want you, and also, where are you? You, and you. Suckers. We find we want to do the same thing over here. Yeah, what did I just miss? This one. Trailblazers. And this should be, what was it? It's not that one. Whatever, we'll just go Fractal, because that's the only one I can think of that... Alright, next step, we want to activate all of these. So, you can see on the right, we just got a bunch of things. So these give us hero points. Hero points are used for various things, including unlocking skills. So we actually unlock enough to max out the entire core class just by reaching level 80. But we use the skills that we just got, the 215 hero points that we just got, to we're going to unlock Deadeye spec, and Deadeye is the elite specialization that we'll be using for basically this entire run. I want to put that in there. Alright. Okay, I think that should be just about everything that we need to do. Guild Wars 2 is an old heavy game? Yes. The game is very big on horizontal progression. So you basically, instead of your character getting more powerful, what happens is you gain new abilities that sort of help you get powerful in different ways. I missed that frickin' POI, whatever, we'll get it in a sec. And most of those will just sort of like apply across characters. And then even then, I just like having a bunch of ults. I have like a million just like parked at random jumping puzzles and stuff. Yeah, so there's kind of a lot to talk about right at the start of this run. So basically what I was just doing was I was setting up my character. We should be good to go for the rest of the run, unless I forgot something, but I guess I will now explain all the mounts. You've already seen me use about 5 different mounts. So the Guild Wars 2 mount system is widely regarded as one of the best mount systems in MMOs. So we have a number of different mounts. For example, the one that I'm on now is the Skyscale. It is originally sort of one of the... It is not one of the original mounts that's added into the game. It was added a lot later, and it is probably the most generally useful one because it can fly. But there's also a couple of other ones that we'll be using situationally. We used the Roller Beetle earlier. That was the round one that went really fast. That is probably best for long ground distance. We also use the Griffin, which is the best long-range travel option available to us, but only in the situation where we have enough height to get speed from it. We're also about to use a different mount. So looks like this is the Raptor. It's probably your best short-range travel option. What I'm going to do here is this is the Jackal, which you're not really supposed to be able to do what I just did. The Jackal is... Ideally, it's kind of just like an alternate... in terms of speed, it's like comparable to the Raptor. But what I just did... The way the Jackal moves is it sort of performs these like short-range teleport dashes. And if you jump off your mount at exactly the right time during that dash, you can sort of conserve that momentum and end up going like crazy fast. Which is a technique I'll be using quite extensively in this run. Yes, this is the Griffin again. Yeah, not much to talk about. It's more of a gliding mount than it is a flying mount. But if you have enough height, you can use it to gain a lot of speed, which makes it the best long-range option. What I was just on, that was the Skimmer. That is your water traversal option. It can go underwater. It is easily the fastest underwater option. And yeah, there are 2 or 3 other mounts in the game. We probably won't be using many of them. Well, there's 2 other mounts. There's the Springer, which we will basically not be using. There's the Turtle, which we will definitely not be using. And then there's the Warclaw, which previously we wouldn't be using, but ever since the Janthia Wilds expansion, it actually has some utility. So we might be using it. But yeah, so what I'm doing at the moment is I'm just going through all of the maps in this game. Well, I'm going through all the POIs on this map. We're going to start by doing all of the city maps. So the city maps don't have any combat or any renown hearts, which are the part of this run that takes the longest. So this is just pure routing and execution. POI here. One more here. I was supposed to get this. I was supposed to get this earlier. But this POI here, point of interest, should be wrapping up the map. You can see that I got the map because I got this blue chest in the corner. That chest contains my rewards for clearing the map. And then we're just going to go through all of the cities in order. So that first, oh, actually, there is one thing I need to do. That first city, that was Lion's Arch. That's kind of like the central hub city of the game. Thanks for the good luck. It is not tied to any specific race, whereas all the ones that we're about to go to are. The one we're just at was the Grove. Yeah. Just had to equip something real quick. Can only do that at a bench. So I set up a bench in my guild hall to make getting to it easy. Anyway, so this is Grove. This is the home city of the Solvari, which is us. Not really a whole lot to talk about. There is a one thing I maybe should mention. The Griffin is probably one of the most technically difficult mounts to use, or to use effectively, because we do at times want to be doing some very precise sort of gliding. So I got that. Yeah, I actually was not expecting to get that. But like just now, that glide there is really tricky. Factory Kate, 10 hours explore everything. Yeah, I mean, so like if you're just playing casually, it will probably take you a lot longer than 10 hours to do Central Terraria map completion. We're also just abusing the fact that like I have an account that I've been playing for years. I have basically everything in the game unlocked. I have all of the mounts, all of the everything else. Where are we going? Yes, you can do all of this free to play. You won't be able to unlock any of the mounts, but hang on, I missed some POIs. There's one here, and then there should be. Oh no, I got that one already, so I want to go to here.
Safe from harm.
Free to play gets Raptor, but only for like 10 hours of game time after you hit level 10. It's like kind of weird, but like mounts were originally introduced in the second expansion, so so like they're originally not even available if you weren't free to play. Only 10 hours. I mean, look, 10 hours is... Yeah, I mean, that is less time than it'll take us. That should have been everything. What the hell? How do I not get that? Okay, that's weird. Let's try that again. This run is core zones only, yep. I did do a all maps speed run for this a couple of years ago, and I had to do it in 2 parts because it was like 24 hours long. Why am I missing? What? Did I not? Okay, I'm confused, but... Did I get this one? No, I got that one. That's one. That... Did I not go close enough up here? Okay, there we go. Alright, cool. It's not usually that I miss that one. Yeah, this game has no subscription fee. You do have to pay for each expansion individually, but most of the monetization for this comes from cosmetics and convenience items. And you can just like convert gems into gold if you want to, but the other thing is anything that you can buy gems, which is the premium currency, with gold in game. So like the only thing that you actually have to pay for in this game is like the game itself. Yeah, this run is going to be incredibly sketchy. Like I said, I just straight up have not practiced this since I submitted it, which was like 3 months ago. So I am running mostly off muscle memory here. There's a very real chance that I will forget things. The run I submitted was not great to begin with anyway. So this is going to be a time. But I think once we get started with the actual maps, we should be fine. Yeah, I actually do not use any add-ons for this game. Most people would. Well, if you wanted to do this yourself, I would highly recommend using a marker pack like Blishud or Taco. But the category rules actually also allow them specifically because, well, so the reason I don't use it is because the category rules state that they are allowed because you can't, like, you wouldn't be able to tell if you're using them or not, which implies that if you could tell if you're using them or not, they would not be allowed. And there's also just the fact that I don't really like using marker packs, or I'm too lazy to install any add-ons, and even if I did, I would not like using marker packs, because turning this game into just following a bunch of arrows around would not make this a happy. would probably drive me insane. But yeah, this is the Black Citadel. This is the home city of the Char, or at least the home city of the Char in Central Tyria. The Char homeland has not been available as an explorable place in this game, so Black Citadel is all we've got. The nuke ferries? Yeah, I mean, I have, full disclosure, I have barely played, I was supposed to grab this, whoops. I've barely played Guild Wars 1. Installed the DPS meter once. Yeah, see, even then I just rely on other people who have also installed the DPS meter. And then, like, I mostly play supports, so like even then it's not really relevant for me. So like it's mostly just there so I know who to blame for when we wipe. But yeah, I just don't like using add-ons for like no real reason. I just don't do it. Alright. So this is the first instance that we just went into. So in most of these cities have a few instance rooms that have POIs in them, so unfortunately we have to enter them and go through a loading screen to get them. We will try and avoid going through those when we can, but it is not always possible. There we go. That's Black Citadel done. Like DPS, I need to make sure I'm doing my part. Yeah, that's probably the way to go. Like, I do not play this game how I think most people with the amount of hours that I have in this game would play it. Yeah, I think the vast majority of the player base in Guild Wars 2 is like extremely casual. This is well known.
I'm not so sure.
And like there was, especially this is the thing that came up with the release of the End of Dragons expansion, is that a lot of them are just sort of like actively hostile to the idea of like actually like changing how they play, about like improving how they play in this game. But that's yeah. I mean, like, I think I have probably played, like, well, I mean, I'm not, like, sweaty tryhard gamer in this. I haven't touched most of the I've completed all of the most recent raids once, and I haven't touched, like, I haven't touched a fractal in, like, probably, like, 3 months. Yeah, as a social space, yeah, I think that definitely checks out, like, especially, like, when I first started this game, when I started, like, playing this game regularly, essentially what I was doing is I was just playing, doing central tier world boss runs, with a group that I found, and like, I just did not touch any endgame content whatsoever. And I mean, it was really fun. As a social space, I think it's a really good choice, a really good experience. But eventually everyone just kind of like stopped playing, and I was like, well, I guess I gotta find other ways to play this game. Nice Aurochs. Yeah, yes, Aurochs. It's a pretty cool backpack. Actually, that reminds me. We're gonna do some quick fashion because screw it, why not? But yeah, Elite isn't so, like, there's a couple of sides to the argument about elitism in this game. Like, oh, come on, this is what just happened. There was something that I think only happens on high ping, which is I teleported to the waypoint and then, like, a little bit later the game teleported me to the waypoint again. But yeah, elitism in this game is, I think there's two sides to the argument. Like, on one hand, like, the content that they're trying to do, like, this game does make it. It is partly because of the community, but there are a lot of the endgame content in this game is just like really difficult to get into, not because of the content itself, but because like the structure of the game and the community around it makes it very difficult. Yeah, and like there's PvP. I don't play PvP, so I don't know. I don't have like a whole lot to say about it. But I have heard some horror stories about PvP, about the PvP community. I'm thankful we've had a really good guild that actually has people come together who want to learn raids. Yeah, that's definitely it for sure. Like, which is part of what I mean by like, this game makes it difficult to get into late game content because like you basically need to be in a guild or community that is willing to teach people, but like you're not just gonna find that. You kind of have to already know where to look for those. Like you're not just gonna find those by just playing the game. um, oh yeah, one other thing that I should mention, the item that I've just used is the prototype position rewinder. It lets you set down a position and then return to it anytime you want. It does have a cooldown between how fast you can return to a position, but it is a thing that we will be making somewhat good use of. Wait, I have items that don't have... Hang on. I gotta check this. What do I have? What? Ah, that's the wrong weapon. That should be... Where is it? Did I not pick it up? Oh. Okay, no. It's just, I thought it was... The skin I gave it was the skin of the legendary thing, so I thought it was my legendary, but it wasn't. I should probably change that, that was super confusing. In regards to map comp, what is my focus? The biggest part of this run in terms of time was mostly just going to be doing hearts on each map. So we're basically just going to approach each map one at a time. But doing the renown hearts on each map is by far the most time-consuming process. Now, so from a speedrun perspective, what we really want to do is try and make sure that Alright, we're back. Okay, cool. What was I talking about? Yes, I do buy the heart items. You can see here I have a bunch of them. Oh, that also reminds me, I need to do this, and then this, and this, and then I was also going to... What was I going to do? I wanted to do this. I really don't need to do this, but I'm going to do it anyway because it's funny. What's that? 8 hours, 11 hours. Okay, cool. And then we'll grab one of these. Why not? Anyway, yes, I have all the hard items. Yes, we're doing Corteria. This is just where essentially the task here is get Gift of Exploration. Yeah, no, we just Corteria. We won't be touching Silver Wastes or Dry Top or Southland Cove. We won't be doing any DLC content. The task is get Gift of Exploration. God damn it. Anyway, so this is Divinity's Reach. This is the main city for the humans. This is the Kingdom of Kryta for Guild Wars, original Guild Wars enjoyers, I guess. Ascalon kind of just like died, so Kryta is like the in the lore at this point in the in sort of history, the human race has kind of just been pushed back, and Kryta is like the only sort of human kingdom that exists in where am I going? I want to go here. That exists in Central Terria. Gonna try and do some quick inventory management. Inventory management is surprisingly like a not insignificant part of this run. Because we want to have a full inventory at certain points while also having while also being able to pick up stuff. We don't actually need to pick up stuff for the run, but that's just personally. Oh yeah, this is Winter's Day Festival is going on at the moment, which we will not interact with in any way. Where am I going? Yeah, this is fine. Why did I grab this vista earlier? I was not supposed to do that. But whatever, it's fine. Oh my god, I've got the frickin' path from the Winter's Day race in my head, so I keep trying to like turn down these things. Right here, this is an example of us basically going out of bounds to enter to get POIs inside of instances. So this entire section over here is normally the home instance for the humans in this city. And there's like 6 POIs in here, and it's if we wanted to grab them inside, we A, would have to go through a loading screen, and then B, would not be able to mount up at all during the instance, inside the instance. So we try to grab them from the overworld when possible. Yeah. Game. Yeah. You actually can get the Seraph HQ one from outside of the instance, but like you have to like go so far out of the way that it's just faster to enter the instance. But yeah, the Queen's Chamber one, I believe, is necessary to enter the you have to enter the instance. And then going to move on to wait, this is the one I was just in. Whoops. One more city to go, which will be Radasum, which is the home city of the Asura. Once I enter the freaking loading screen. Try to see if the Arcane Council can be reached without instancing. There's no map. Yeah, I have actually just like straight up not tried. It's honestly never even occurred to me to try and do that because like it's pretty fast to just get it from the instance. But yeah, that'd be interesting. I might give that a shot at some point, just out of curiosity. But yeah, speaking of Radasum, this is the map that has the most instances that we need to enter. I think we need to enter three separate instances. And also go through a bunch of teleporters. I want to go to this one. I have another Griffin Glide here. This one, it can be possible to miss this, but it's not normally that tricky.
Swift and steady.
And actually, I guess this is where we would... Oops. What I just did there, that's kind of just like minor optimization. I don't do it very well, so I don't think I actually save a whole lot of time by doing it, but essentially just getting around without a mount. Is, you know, using this skill here, which teleports us backwards, which we can spam it a bunch. This is part of the reason why Thief is just like the best class for this. Is Thief's weapon skills have no cooldown and instead cost initiative. Is this run pay to win? I mean, you could get this if you own all the expansions. You could get most of this, or you could get all of this just like without paying anything. But I mean, like, you do kind of need to own all the expansions. Which, I mean, at this point would run you like, what, 120 to 150 bucks? I don't know what the prices are overseas, but... where am I going? I want to go this way. I want to go in here, right? This part always confuses me slightly. I think this is where I want to go. Yeah, this seems about right. Frickin'. Yeah, a huge part of this run is just like routing, like, but, like, I don't know. You glitch song title. That should be the map. Alright, cool. So we are going to start with our first actual map of the game, and that is going to be Metrico Province. So this is kind of like the home, the starting area for the Asura stomping grounds. So there's a couple of things that we're going to talk about. So the first is hearts. Every map that's not a city or like one of the final maps in the game has hearts. These are kind of like the replacement of quests. It's sort of like you go into an area and you do a bunch of tasks and that fills up a bar. We need to fill up the bar for every heart in the game or every heart in Corteria.
Insynergen Labs is recruiting interns. Excellent short-term opportunity to work with them best of the
There we go. That should do it. Did we get it? Ah, damn it. Okay. So I missed a tiny bit of damage there, but basically what I just did was, come on, man. One of the tasks in this heart was to kill one of these golems, or repair and then destroy one of these golems. But what we can actually do is, when it gets destroyed, it doesn't actually get destroyed, it sort of becomes an ally. And what we can do is we can apply a bunch of damage over time to it, and then once it becomes an ally, it recovers a bit of health, and then we just kill it again with the damage over time after it's become an ally.
Do you desire unrivaled power?
But yes, this one, basically you just go around, interact with a bunch of stuff, talk to a bunch of kids.
that you cannot pass up.
And this is our first example of what combat is going to be like as a Deadeye, and that is we look at an enemy funny and they die. This is partly because we are playing, this is an early game area and we're level 80 with level 80 gear. There is an amount of level scaling. Well, there is level scaling in this game, so like our character level at the moment has been scaled down to level 2, and like the gear kind of scales to match it, but there's an event going on at this heart. So this is kind of the other thing in this game that is sort of like a quote-unquote replacement for quests. And this is events, so basically it's a thing that is happening and we have an objective that we can fulfill if we wanted to. So like you see here, drive off the inquest and ready to go up to Callium Lab. Typically events that are around hearts will give completion when we participate in them, but not always. It's kind of on a case-by-case basis whether we want a particular event to be going on for any given heart. Yes. Wind Bliss with the extra context. Oh my god, what am I doing? I need to talk to this guy. I really should get a commentator in when I do one of these runs, because like I am just like awful at explaining a lot of this stuff. But yeah, the objective of the heart here is to grab a golem from that guy and then just interact with a bunch of stuff. What we just did just now, that was our first use of the Warclaw. The Warclaw, basically the part that it is important for this run is that you can mount it up in combat. Which is handy because otherwise we would have to either kill something or just run away until we can until we can get in combat. So we basically just save a few seconds by being able to mount up early and run away. The aim for this heart is we need to get a key card from the NPC and then a key card of a given color, and then we can interact with these flowers that match that color. And then that should let us, and then that'll spawn a slime, which we then kill. Oh my god. 1, 2, 2. There we go. But yeah, there's not really a whole lot else to talk about. I will say the skills that I have in my hotbar that I've taken here, these are basically all just to be as fast as possible. So I have Shadow Step, which is a blink, which lets us teleport. It's a blink that lets us teleport back to where we blinked from. And then the other one here is Infiltrator Signet. When I activate the Infiltrator Signet, it kind of didn't work there because the enemy disappeared the moment I used it. But when I activate the Infiltrator Signet, it just brings me towards the enemy that I've targeted, just like that. And then this one just gives us more damage. Yes, the what we're doing here is we're just killing a bunch of Inquests. The Inquests are... Every sort of race in this game has like an evil faction, quote unquote. The Inquest are the evil faction for the Asura. They're kind of just like mad scientist types. They're also the main enemy faction of the most recent expansion, Visions of Eternity, which is pretty good. Recommend playing it if you have not. But yeah, a lot of the stuff we're going to be doing this map is basically just destroying, killing Inquest.
Contract accepted.
So for example, on this heart, we need to talk to these suspicious salvage specialists who turns out are all Inquest in disguise. Antagonists, yes. That is the word.
You've made a fatal error.
Yeah, this heart can be a bit slow. You sometimes, if there are... Thankfully we haven't run into any other characters, any other players yet. A lot of these hearts get like way longer if there is even just like a single other person around trying to do them at the same time as you. So we'll probably run into that at some point down the line, but this is also part of the reason why the run is starting at exactly this time of day. So this is specifically on a weekday, and I play on EU. I don't actually need to go in here. Why am I going in here? I play on EU, so it is just past midnight in Central Europe. So past midnight on a weekday is when we are ideally likely to run into the least amount of people. Yes. These are the Skrit. The Skrit are great. They're just like all freaking dumbasses.
You got something?
The Skrit have this like obsession with shiny stuff, and then they also have this like property where more of them together, they have like this kind of hive mind, and if there's a lot of them together, then they get marginally more intelligent. But yeah, what we're doing here is we're just talking to this Skrit and then just kind of like asking them basic math questions and exploding their brains. It's some pretty funny dialogue if you stop to read it, but obviously we're not going to do that.
The genius said I'm the
You're in my sights. One more for the mists. Click, click, boom. Ready for more.
We do have a trait that we've taken that, so just the bare basics of the Deadeye class is our F1 skill here, that's our profession mechanic, it is something that every Deadeye gets for taking the Deadeye specialization. The way it works mechanically is we mark an enemy and then we get some bonuses fighting that enemy. One of the bonuses that I've gotten, which we got from our trait, is that when we defeat an enemy that we've marked, we get a cooldown reduction to all of our abilities. So you can see I kill this enemy, and then like the skill that I just used just lost half its cooldown. And then we also reduce the cooldown of one of our abilities when we mark an enemy, but that has an internal cooldown.
You're in my
Alright,
sights.
I'm hit.
I don't know what this guy's doing, but other mechanic that we're doing, sometimes we need to interact with things like these gate pieces, which we pick up. Interacting with them takes a bit of time, but we can cancel the animation by swapping weapons. And why am I in combat? So we'll be doing that quite extensively. There is a risk when doing this because we cannot swap weapons. Well, if we swap weapons in combat, it's a 10-second cooldown. So we kind of want to make sure that we're not in combat before we start swapping, trying to do animation cancels like that. So this is...
I feel you're vulnerable.
This is our mount free zone, so we kind of get to actually abuse off some of the mobility tools that Thief has.
My pain is easy.
One last.
Yeah. These are Hylek, they're like frog people. They, typically speaking,
Target marked.
the more red a Hylek is, the more hostile it is. There's like some kind of lore explanation for it, but... or something like that. But, it's probably just color coding for game design reasons. So for example, we were just killing a bunch of Hylek, hostile Hylek, but what we're going to do now is we're going over to this hut where we are helping these blue Hylek. And the way we're going to do that is we're going to kill a bunch of dragonflies.
Your end is nigh.
One of the other things to mention is when I kill an enemy, it also does like a burst of AoE around that enemy. So if we have a bunch of enemies grouped up, it gets pretty... we can clear them out pretty effectively. The more poison, the more poisons equals more hostile. Is that actually true? I'm willing to believe that. There's this building over here to our right. The only thing that's in there of interest is a hero point, but since we already skipped all the hero points in the run, we just straight up don't need to go over there. But yeah, this is another
Your spirit is
another kill a bunch of inquest things. A lot of, like, I think a solid like 40% of the hearts in this game are just go in there and kill everything, which is it's a time. Come on. Okay, there we go. So yeah, optimizing our combat. The build that we have is just very oriented towards burst damage. Like if we try to fight something that doesn't die in like 2 hits, then we will just like very quickly run out of steam. Very risky of the two at that fort in Metrica that just yell guarding at each other. I am not familiar with those ones actually. But yeah, the Skrit are great. I love the Skrit. They're just these dumbass fucking rat idiots. But my favorite Skrit is Richik from the Soto expansion. Because it's probably like the only story relevant Skrit. Or the only story relevant named Skrit. Play through most expansion stories. The expansion stories are a bit hit or miss. Janthia Wild's story is just like pure dialogue, like there's barely any like doing anything in it, which is a bit annoying, but if we, this is the Thormanova reactor. If we were here at exactly the right time, we would be able to catch the start of a world boss. I think it starts in about 20 minutes, which would help us complete this heart a bit quickly, a bit faster, but it's not a big deal otherwise. But yeah, the expansion stories, some of them, they're a bit hit or miss. I think End of Dragon's story is really good. Soto and Janthia Wilds are mostly dialogue.
a bit of your soul. You won't miss it.
Visions of Eternity... if they make Guild Wars 3 script playable race, yes. I think playable script would be so funny. Especially if like they somehow manage to just keep the fact that they're all fucking dumbasses. Great Tengu and Kodan. I was thinking Dredge might be interesting as well, but I don't know if
Your end.
I don't know if there's enough story justification for them being playable yet. Alright, so that's that heart done. So this is the last heart on this map. What we're going to try and do... is this the right way? I don't normally enter this from here, so... Okay, this is not the right way. What we're going to try and do is we're going to activate all of these chaotic materials. and then that should interacting with these chaotic materials. A turns us into an animal, and B spawns an enemy. And also might knock us back like that, and that nearly knocked us off the cliff. But now, we spawn an enemy, we can just. I ran out of frickin'. There's this issue that can happen with Deadeye where
Hey, you smell something?
your mark will go on cooldown even if you if you use a mark on an enemy, write it, and it dies, it goes on cooldown and you don't get the refund. Normally you get, if the enemy that you marked dies, the cooldown gets reset. But if it dies at like the exact same time that you use the mark, then you don't get the cooldown back, and that was what happened there. We do rely on the mark very extensively for damage. Like if we don't have it, then we kind of just die. Yeah, the reason is because they're all telepaths. Yeah, the Straight have this like hive mind sort of thing. So like when there's more of them together, they get more intelligent because they can kind of like actually communicate. But they're still all just freaking dumbasses. Adorable, shiny, obsessed dumbasses. Alright, so finished Metrica Province. At least I think we did. Hang on, where am I going? I just did that wrong, but I was meant to come up through here. But, yeah, we did actually finish that map, right? I didn't miss something? Yeah, no, we got it. Okay. Oh my fucking god. Okay, note to self, don't look at the map while I'm friggin' jumping off stuff. Anyway, that was embarrassing. Yeah. This heart, there's just like a couple of researchers who are researching random stuff. What one of them is doing is they're trying to figure out if the pigmentation of the Hylek is what causes their aggressiveness. So what he's trying to do is forcibly dye them green, and just like see if it changes if they're any aggressive or not. And I actually cannot remember if it does, because we will not be doing it in this because it's kind of slow. But it's just, this is like the kind of shit that Asura get up to. Oh, fuck me. God damn it, I hate this frickin' thing that makes me put in actual... This is the annoying thing about oozes, is they have this ability where they just like become unable to be hit for a bit. Does map completion complete all hearts, waypoints, points of interest? Yes. So this is everything that is required to get the Gift of Exploration. So that is hearts, hero points, waypoints, vistas, and points of interest. Specifically, we already got almost all of the hero points, because we bought them all from World v World, but everything else we will have to be doing. Oh yeah, this is the Ecto gambling spot, so this is just a tradition that I like to do in this run. We're just strictly losing time here, but let's see, do we get lucky? Nope, that is literally the worst possible result. Alright, not a great omen for the run, but the vanilla only, yeah. For this run, we are using expansion stuff, like I have mounts and stuff, but for this run it is just Corteria. It is everything that is required to get Gift of Exploration and nothing else. I have done an all-map speedrun of this game in the past, for this channel, but it took like 2 days, and there have been more maps since then, and like all of the maps they've added since then are kind of annoying. If I have some time, I might show off routes for some of the newer maps. I don't really have a route for the Vision of Eternity maps, but Janthia Wilds, the Janthia Wild maps I have a decent route for. Another heart, which is just, well, this heart is almost just kill everything. We got to kill these grubs. These grubs will drop these slices of grub meat. And then once we've got enough, we can hand them into this guy here. And that will complete the heart for us. Yeah, that was kind of bad. Yeah, that's the roller beetle for you. It is very hard to control, especially sort of right after you use a boost. But which one has the best maps out of the 3 main expansions? From a map completion standpoint, the End of Dragon maps are probably the most fun. But I will say that the Heart of Thorns maps are probably just like, from gameplay perspective, I think I enjoy the Heart of Thorns maps slightly more than the End of Dragon ones. The Path of Fire maps are just like, they're kind of just all like pointlessly big. But yeah, I would say End of Dragons, probably my favorite out of the 3. But if we're including living world content, then, or like extra content, like if we had to include Gaia Delve in End of Dragons, then that would just like single-handedly drag it down. This is going to be, oh my god, so this hut here, normally there's not really a lot of options for us to, a lot of things available for us to get it. Normally we would go over there and kill all those bandits, and that would give us about 60% of this heart. But someone was already here, and now we just don't really have many options for completing this heart. So I'm going to do what I can around here, and then probably just come back to this later. Yeah, normally we'd go over to that bandit camp and kill everyone there, but everyone there was already dead. So we just don't have a lot of options here. Delve sucks, yep. It's not the worst map in the game. I think, in my opinion, that goes to Inanios, but it is a close one. I wanted to go in here instead. What do I mean? So, specifically what he's talking about there is the first 3 expansions of this game are kind of... after the first 3 expansions, they shifted to a new expansion model where they release an expansion every year with like a quarterly cycle. That does mean that the expansions themselves are a lot smaller on scale than the first 3. So when we say like the main expansions, that's kind of what we're talking about.
My pain is easy. The abyss.
These are the Nightmare Court, by the way. These are the sort of evil faction of the Sylvari. What they're their thing is they have turned away from the pale tree, who was like the mother tree to all of the Savari.
Low adventure.
They have instead turned towards Nightmare, which I don't think is actually like well explained. Maybe if I like, actually paid attention to the dialogue in the dungeons, there might be something in there, but basically they're just like generically evil for like poorly explained reasons. I mean, like part of it is about like independency. Like they don't want to. They feel coddled by the mother tree and feel like they're being pushed to embody her ideals rather than their own. But I don't know. You look at some of what they do, and it's just like this is just being evil for like no reason. Not really a lot to talk about for most of this. I think I'm going to talk about the map for a bit. This is Brisbane Wildlands. This is kind of like the borderlands of like civilized Central Tyria. So there's a lot of sort of rogue elements walking around here. So like we see the evil factions for the Asura, the Savari, and the humans. Just all sort of setting up around here. They believe that by doing horrific things, they can alter the dream to make all future Savari more cynical. You know what? That sounds right. I'm willing to believe that. Yeah, so there is a logic behind it, I think. Ah, wait. I don't know why I did that. I knew that I already had that. Sometimes when I do this run, I do it without getting all of the hero points first, and some of the routing that I do is just based off that, so I move towards hero points that I already have, which is a bit annoying, but it's just a bit of a mistake on my part. But yeah, this hut here, basically all we really need to do to complete it is just interact with all these control panels, and they will teleport us towards the next control panel. What we are going to do though, need to run up here and grab this POI up here. There is actually an event that can occur around here that can make doing this a bit annoying, but it seems we got lucky and managed to avoid it, which is nice. I feel like I should talk about mount stamina for a second. So you can see this yellow bar above our health bar. It's my stamina bar. This affects how many times I can dodge. Every time I dodge uses up one sort of pip on the spar. But when you have a mount, what it actually does is it determines how many times you can use your mount's mobility skill. And the stamina bar is shared between mounts, but different mounts will recover their stamina at different rates. If we do any world bosses, we will try and be around for the start of Shadow Behemoth, just because the pre-event there is the only way to do that hard quickly.
Entering combat.
I forgot to grab this, whoops. But no, otherwise we will probably not be doing it. doing the world boss itself is just way too slow. But like if we're having trouble, if we're struggling to do it, actually, when is Shadow Behemoth? Oh shit, that's like right now. Okay, well, we'll grab the next one then. I forgot what I was talking about. But yeah, this heart,
What do you
go as a bandit and enter the
What are you up to?
Sabotage's bandit camp. One of the things that we specifically can do here is we want to be able to do weapon swaps to be able to cancel these animations, but because we're in a disguise, we don't actually have a weapon to swap. So what we can do is we can equip the prototype position rewinder and then unequip it as a sort of substitute weapon swap.
What are you up to?
You're unfamiliar. Show me your face.
So an in-game boss tells you. Yeah. So if you have the World Portal Boss device,
You just
World
watch yourself.
Boss Portal device, which lets you teleport to world bosses, it will also tell you which ones are upcoming.
Can't believe it.
And then if you just kind of like know roughly what the schedule is, then you can just kind of use that to have a good idea of when they will be spawning. Otherwise, just /wiki et. This is the easiest way to do it. This is another heart that is actually just like really annoying if there's even one other person here, because we need to basically kill every single thing in this camp to finish the heart quickly.
Safe from harm.
We can close our inventory now. But then also there's an event here where a champion enemy will spawn, and we really do not want to have to fight that with Are you serious? Hang on.
I'm wilting.
I left the heart area before that last enemy died, so I didn't get the completion for it. But yeah, we want to we can't really our build is just very much geared towards trying to one-shot enemies, and if there's enemies that are strong enough that we can't one-shot it, then we just struggle a lot. So we will be avoiding most champion enemies in this run, if we can. This one heart, it's just like really hit or miss sometimes. I think. Hey, what? No, I want to talk to you. There we go. Yeah, that one heart is like really hit or miss sometimes. Sometimes there's just like not enough enemies around to get it. What I just did there was a glide boost. So what we that's a feature from the Ender Dragons expansion. One of the things that we did while we were setting up our character was doing a bunch of 284 was equip Jadebot and Jadebot booster. I think this one's 9. This heart here, we're just answering a bunch of math questions. 4266. If you kind of know the questions, you can get the you can just like all of the questions, like it's the pool of questions that you can get is always the same, so you can just look at the answers and know what the answer is without having to read the question. But I think this is 20. Yeah. Otherwise, just
Foul this locale no more.
being able to do mental math. Blue to green. 25.
I think that's the last of them. If she thinks that this will ever work.
That one's a really stupid question because it just tells you the answer and then asks you to confirm what the answer is. So I think it's meant to be like a trick question. But when you get the fucking okay, so what just happened there was right over there is a reality rift, which a feature that were added with the introduction of the sky scale. They're kind of things that you can sit near and they will spawn a bunch of things. We actually used one earlier in Lion's Arch to get up to the top of the lighthouse. But what happens is if you are in the air on a mount while near one of them, you will automatically turn to face them, regardless of what the mount is. So what happened there is I flew a little bit close to it on the Griffin, and the Griffin turned to face it, and it threw off my pathing, and I ended up flying into a wall, which is annoying. But normally I don't hit that, so I'm a bit surprised that it happened that time. But like, it's not even just limited to the Griffin and the Sky Scale. Like, if you jump past one on a on a raptor, it'll happen to you.
Ready for more.
Thankfully, they are pretty rare. There's only like 2 on each map. And like, there's not really, most of them are not situated in somewhere where it's actually going to be relevant to us.
You're kidding me, right?
You.
My pain is easy.
Alright, last part of the map. What we're going to do here is we're going to talk to a bunch of ghosts and tell them how they died. I think it's no, 2, 1. No, what? Oh, 4, 2. Fucking, oh my god. 4, 1, okay. Most of these, like, I don't know. I think the best way to do this is just like memorize which one's the first. He was a mercenary to kill hired beast. 1, 2. But like, most of them are usually either 1, 2 or 4, 1, I think. But it is, I don't know, kind of just, clearly I'm not,
I didn't see
4, 1, yeah. But unfortunately, just talking to the ghost isn't enough to finish the heart, so we need to kill some of these bandits as well. And while we're here, I also need to grab this Vista. There's also just a present sitting on the ground there. That's because of the Winter's Day Festival. Eyes, Wind Rider eyes. We're not going to interact with that because there's not any point.
Can I help you?
Love of Children, 4-2.
Are you well?
Poisoned himself.
I'm dying here.
we finish this, we will need to go back to that other heart, and I didn't finish. Hang on. I'm missing a heart. That's weird. What else did I not finish? Oh, I didn't do this. Whoops, I just went straight through here. Jesus. Wow, that was clearly not thinking right. And we need to kill a bunch of stuff around here.
Just a bit of your soul.
But for whatever reason, I just ran straight through.
Accepted.
Safe from harm.
But yeah, this is another go in there and kill everything.
One more for the mists.
Looks like we didn't get the event that spawns around here either, but... that's fine. Alright. Back to this last heart, and that should be everything. Oh my god, why is it freaking... Was there someone else here? Did I just see another person here? Okay, maybe I didn't.
Give it your all.
Click, click, boom.
I feel like these enemies are currently respawning, which means someone did come by since the last time I was here.
Target marked.
But that's fine. Alright, next map. We're going to skip Queensdale because we want to come back there later. So we'll move on to Wayfarer Foothills. This is the home ground of the Norn. I kind of didn't mention this when we were doing Holbrack, but yeah, Holbrack, which is this big icy city that we're in, that is the home city of the Norn. The Norn are like Viking-ish. But we can that's the first heart that we insta complete, by the way. We insta complete that heart by handing in 20 raven eggs, which we can collect on a different character and then just hand over to this one. But yeah, so the Norn, they revere the four spirits of the wild, or with an asterisk next to it. I don't know why I just interact with that. But the four spirits of the wild are Snow Leopard, Wolf, Bear, and Raven. This sort of opening area of the map here, we are... is where there's like the first 4 shrines for these spirits are. So this is the Snow Leopard Shrine. We just did the Raven Shrine by handing in those eggs. The most interesting about the Norn with the lore reveal is that they're basically were animals who are trapped in human form. You know, I don't think I picked up on that, but like now that you mention it, like Bram being like a quote-unquote true Norn when he turns into the wolf, that's actually a good point. I never thought about it that way, but that's interesting. If I was really good at griffin gliding, I could have gotten like most of the way to this vista here in one glide, but it is extremely tricky to do this. But yeah, I just think of the Norn as like big humans, which makes them arguably the second least interesting race in the game. But these are the Sons of Svanir. They are the evil faction of the Norn. So the Sons of Svanir, instead of revering any of the 4 spirits of the wild, they instead revere the quote-unquote spirit of Dragon, who is actually the Elder Dragon Jormag. Dragon is in fact not a real spirit of the wild, but I don't think they care about that.
I'm out of endurance.
And so basically they're just gonna be, I don't know, they just kind of get angry and attack people a bunch.
You must visit more often.
Alright, so going back to what I was talking about, mount energy, different mounts will regain energy at different speeds. So if I am in a very quick need of mount energy recovery, and my first option is to use my Bond of Vigor here. That gives me a boost in mount experience. But if that's on cooldown, then my other option is to mount a Griffin real quick and then just dismount it, because the Griffin has the fastest energy recovery. But yeah, this is our first interaction with the Grawl. The Grawl are like these, like, I don't know exactly what they are. They're like, I don't know, monkey, troll type things. They have, wow, I have a full inventory already. That is surprising. But their kind of gimmick is they have this like biological need to worship things. So like they will just like latch on to whatever powerful or interesting entity is nearby and just start worshipping it. So a lot of them will start worshipping a lot of... I still need a little bit more heart completion here. There we go. They are sort of very easy to manipulate in that regard. But I think it's a very funny just sort of like concept for a race, but they don't really come up that much. And this is Bear Shrine. Basically what we're doing here is we're just cleaning up vandalism. The Sons of Spani have been here and apparently just left a bunch of stuff around, like bear traps. They're also all hiding in these trees for some reason, so we can kick down these trees. And then they just fall out. At least they should be. That's weird, there should be Sons of Spani falling out of these, but I guess they're just not quite sure what's going on there. That's actually really weird. I do not know how I got 0 spawns there. There they go.
Swift and steady.
Really? I'm not quite sure what to do about this now. I guess we'll grab this. I don't know why this is taking forever, but my inventory is full. Hang on, did I? What? They didn't even give us heart completion, great. Okay, where is... We need to find a bear acolyte and fight him. It's like the only other thing we can do to get heart completion here. Oh, and the bear traps respawned. Okay, well, that was weird. Normally that wouldn't have taken that long. But whatever. What I did just there is another mount skill, which you get from, I believe it's Icebrood Saga, which is Mount Stealth. Basically, we can make our mount go invisible while we're riding it, which just, if we're going near enemies, it's handy to do, and it's got a pretty short cooldown, so especially if we want to change mounts, because as I mentioned, we can't change mounts if we're in combat, or we can't mount up if we're in combat. This is a very interesting heart. What we're going to do is we're going to bait out these bunnies with food and then just instantly scare them away. Which, I don't know, is apparently helpful to rabbits or something. What we're supposed to be doing is taking the food over to the NPC, but we get heart completion for stopping rabbits from eating food that they're not supposed to. But basically all we're just doing is just like psychologically tormenting these rabbits. Oh no, friggin' bad, stop. But like, you only get heart completion if you scare away a rabbit while you're not holding the food, so and then this is the heart where we give children concussions. Shout out to Winter's Day snowball fights, but if we look at this kid and we just knock him down, like, that is definitely not healthy for this kid. Like, I would not, oh my god, that kid just dodge rolled out of my freaking snowball. Like, this is good to be doing some kind of damage to this kid, I swear to god. But, whatever, we get heart completion out of it, so I guess that these people who live here just don't like their kids or something. I was supposed to get this POI over here.
Safe from harm.
Now, one of the things that I'll probably... so I can't grab vistas while in combat, and that spawner just freaking attacked me while I was on my mount. So now I've got to get out of combat before I can grab this vista, which is extremely annoying. But... that's like another situation where the mount stealth would help, but I used it a bit late, I think. And my griffin gliding was not good enough, so I... there's frickin' other people here as well. Man. This is another heart where we, this is a problem that is probably mostly going to come up in these starter zones, because they are typically the most well-populated zones. But we're going to have a hearts that we just, like, normally would kill a bunch of stuff, but can't because everything has already been killed. I don't want to go too far in this direction, otherwise we'll leave the hard area, but... Oh, come on, man. Alright. That would have been a bit faster if someone hadn't already killed half the enemies there, but looks like we managed to do it. Actually, probably after this map I'm going to spend a bit of time going through some of the slightly more advanced zones, just to avoid running into a situation like that again. And my griffin clipped that frickin' totem on the lake there, and I lost all my momentum because of it. That is also going to be a running theme of this run, is losing all my mount speed because I ran into like a tiny frickin' tree.
Your phone.
Trees are actually just the bane of my existence in this run. Which heart in Iron March is there? Everyone seems to hate. We're talking about the ghost spider one. That's probably the one in Iron Marches that I hate. But I guess there's also the fire shaman shrine one with the cannons. I mean, a lot of the hearts in this game are very easy to hate. This heart is annoying because sometimes this works and sometimes I just it doesn't, and I have to do it the slow way. The infiltration one, that's in Blaze Ridge Steps, and it is extremely easy to cheese. Okay, so it looks like we got lucky and we can actually do this the fast way. So by catching a keg and handing it in, we get 25% map heart completion, or thereabouts. 20% maybe. But sometimes when you go to catch the keg, it will just not catch it, and you just can't do it. But yeah, we'll see. We'll probably do Blaze Ridge Steps maybe in like 2 hours or so. But I've got other people here. But yeah, this is by far the fastest way to do it. If we had to do this without doing this, we would have to go under there and just kill a bunch of worms and like carry a bunch of kegs around, and it's super slow and annoying. But luckily we got a non-bugged version of the instance, which is nice. Yes, this is where we do more animal abuse.
Contract accepted.
So, is there any point in the run where we might make slight alterations to the build for certain maps? Not really. There is basically any combat that we need to be doing, we will just want to prioritize as much burst as possible. But we do have an alternate Condi damage build, which we will be using for certain hearts, because we can cheese them by stacking Condis. We actually already saw one of those in Metrica Province right at the start. But yeah, we won't be changing our build. The build that we have now is pretty optimized. As for avoiding meta events, I don't think so. I'll have to think about that, but I think there's a few just events in general that we would prefer to avoid, or it would be nice if they had already been completed by the time we get there. But as for larger scale meta events, I think we're usually fine. Whoops, I missed a POI. There is one meta event that we are specifically going to go for, and then there's also another meta event which we need it to be in a specific state in order to complete the heart quickly, which both won't be coming up anytime soon, I don't think. Actually, hang on. What we got? Mega Destroyer. Okay, we might actually... After this, I think we'll do... Yeah, Mega Destroyer into... Actually, no, never mind. We've got a while. We'll probably go into Diessa Plateau after this map then, or Snowden Drifts. But yeah, the map that we want to end up on in time for the meta event is it's Harathi Hinterlands, where we want to do it right when the pony spawns. Modern Goth, I should say. I don't know if anyone else calls him Pony, but that's what he is. Alright. But that's not going to be for another hour and 15 minutes or so. Actually, oh no, it's in like 45 minutes. I can't remember the frickin' cycle anymore. I just skipped past everything in a frickin' heart again. I didn't mean to do that. God damn it. Have to check the frickin' schedule again. Check the timer again in probably like 20 minutes. This hut here is kind of annoying. There's like not a whole lot of enemies, and if we go too far down this slope here, we will actually exit the hut area, so we kind of want to make sure that we're killing all of these enemies. So like just there, we left the zone. Come on. Oh my fucking god, okay, fine, whatever. Kinda gonna bait these enemies into the hard area so that we can kill them inside. Go. Come on, man. Wanted to get that POI there without having to land on the Griffin, but it's fine. These are the Dredge. I can't remember if we ran into these earlier or not, but they are mole people, and there is another person here again, but it doesn't look like he's killing stuff, so we're fine. They're like mole people. They were previously enslaved by the sort of evil race of dwarves in this game. The Stone Summit dwarves, so like they rose up in revolt at some point. Why can I not? It's because. But basically they're all communists, which is really funny.
I don't have enough energy.
They're all going on about the proletariat and all of their area names are like just names of Russian places with the word mole in them. Like we have Molberia. Which is just funny. Over here we have the Jotun, which I think this is actually an example of the only friendly Jotuns in like Corteria, but the proletariat, yep. Basically the aim of this heart is to help this researcher here trade with them. One of the things we can do to do the hard is kill some rock dogs that are around, but it looks like this guy killed everything already, so instead we're just going to sell this one guy a bunch of rocks. We're actually going to need to do quite a few because every enemy around here has already died. But that guy buys rocks for like 5 stones.
I feel furious.
There you go, kill a rock dog.
My pain is easy.
But yeah, we pick up this loose ore and then sell it to that one particular guy who will give us 5 stones for it, which is seems like a pretty big rip-off, but whatever, it's fine. I think we have like 30 stones here, so that's probably enough to sell. Oh, come on, man. Okay.
Swift ends just a bit of your soul.
It was a bit slow because there were people around, but it could have been worse. This should be the map right here. There we go. I am going to go to... Yeah, we'll go Snowden Drifts into Gandharan Fields and then into Harathi Hinterlands. I think that'll probably be the way to go. And then if we're super quick there, we can do Queensdale right afterwards. Alright, this is minor improvement that I realised I could do to get to this POI, get to this vista. We can just fly straight over instead of having to go through the tunnels. Yeah, if I remember, I can do it. Anyway, this hut, I'm just going to kill a bunch of wolves. We actually need to make sure we're in the hard area before we start killing wolves. That would help. Other thing we can do is... What do you mean out of range? What? Interact with these hunter's traps, which will either have a wolf or an ice-brood wolf in them. Either way, we just kill whatever's inside. This is also, I think, our first interaction with dragon minions so far. So these are the ice-brood wolves. They are ice-brood, which are the minions of the elder dragon Jormag. I guess we probably didn't go much over the lore of this game, but essentially there are 6 elder dragons, and they're all kind of waking up after being asleep for a long time, and they're all just like massive assholes. And so like most of the core story of this game, or the first like 10 years of story of this game, is just about fighting the dragons. But yeah, all of them have their own sort of minions. And the Ice Brood ones for the Ice Dragon Jormag.
Might and glory.
This is another go in here and kill everything hard.
You won't miss it.
Thankfully there is no one around to
Contract accepted.
stop us. You can see that just like the player population compared on this map compared to the previous map is just way lower. And that is just because the like sort of opening the starter areas in this game are just like way more populated. Because I mean those are the areas that people starting the game will visit. Will probably be spending most of the time in. One of the things that I do need to be keeping an eye on is, I mentioned when we unlocked all the hero points, there will be one random hero point that we have not unlocked, and I do need to just like actually pay attention to see if I have when I enter a map to see if I've gotten all the hero points on it or not. Because if I haven't, then I may need to go slightly out of my way once I figure out which hero point I'm actually missing.
Do you have a moment?
Come on, frickin'. There we go.
Safe from harm.
There's another guy over here, which might actually make doing this heart a tiny bit tricky.
You're in my sights. I'm out of endurance.
But I think there's enough enemies that we can probably do this. One of the advantages that we have is we are just like have an incredibly optimized build for just killing random enemies, which makes generally means we just have an advantage over any other random person who we see walking around. But you know, if they get to the heart first and have already killed everything, then we don't really have a lot of options. I do not want to fight that, which is going to be a little awkward because I need to kill other enemies around here.
Click, click, boom.
But I think we're probably fine. My freaking inventory's full again, are you serious? I feel like my inventory's filled up way faster than it should be.
Target marked.
I missed a waypoint I was supposed to get. This area around here is just an area that I think I mess up my route in a lot. But I think it's fine. Come on. There we go. This is just another instance of making sure we're actually in a hard area before we start fighting enemies. You can see we're in the hard area because the bar is visible on the screen, and we have to be physically inside of it to get progress for the heart. But like if the enemy that we kill is outside of it, it's fine.
Just a bit of your soul. You won't miss it.
Strong chance tomorrow's taskbox is giving me a casual Guild War 1 playthrough showcase. That would be fun. It would be cool to join in on that if I could, but I think I have work, so... Guild Wars 1 Reforged, yes, that... I really should be playing, or should play through that at some point. I've kind of been meaning to. I wanted to try and pick up a speedrun of it, but what am I doing? I have the wrong
Ready for
yeah, I was I wanted to try pick up a speedrun of Guild Wars 1, but I figured I would actually need to play the game first before I did that. um, and then I got it, and then I just kind of bounced off of it. I think I spent too long trying to do pre-searing Ascalon, and then just kind of burnt out before I even continued on with it, which is maybe not the best approach. Need to kill these jellyfish. Prophecies are very slow. Yeah, maybe I should have also just started one of the other ones first, but I don't know. It's I'll definitely come back to it. At some point.
Target marked.
I can't freaking. Oh yeah, so this is a very annoying thing that they just did. So the Warclaw has the ability to mount up outside of combat. And in the newest expansion, they also added that ability to the Skimmer, but they share a cooldown for how often you can mount up in combat. And the annoying thing is, if this cooldown is active, you actually cannot mount up even if you are out of combat. So what happened there is, because that dredge attacked me, I lost. I had to activate the cooldown I had to activate the combat mounting cooldown. But then when I was out there, I couldn't mount the Skimmer because the combat mounting cooldown was still active. Which is just like a strict downgrade from how it was before the expansion. I think that is probably the most annoying thing about it, is like, even if you are out of combat, if the combat mounting cooldown is active, you cannot mount up again. You cannot mount a mount that has a combat mounting cooldown, which is just really dumb. And yeah, we just suffered from the consequences of that earlier and had to like swim halfway through that tunnel instead of being on the Skimmer. Do the Prophet of the King via level 20 characters. Start Faction the Nightfall and then just, yeah, okay. Yeah, that might be the way to go. I think the other thing I might do is maybe just like not focus so much on trying to do absolutely everything. Like I try to get like 100% pre-searing, and I don't think that's even like possible. God, inventory full, I swear to God. Alright, we're gonna do some quick inventory management. I want to make sure I don't accidentally throw out some stuff that I need though. I can't.
I'm going to enjoy this.
You get a title, but you have to grind to level 20 off level 8 mobs. Yeah, I think I was like level 9 or something. when I just like was like, okay, screw this. Yeah, good thing about the combat in this game, or in this run, is a lot of it is just very repetitive and simple. Like I'm just pressing F1 and F2 and tab and just kind of like spamming those. So I can sort of try and do other stuff while I'm at it. I don't want to sell everything that I have, but
I'll see you around.
8 to 10 is super slow, and 16 to 17 is like 30% of the grind to 20. I see. Well, either way, playing Guild Wars Reforged will have to wait until I both start and finish Octopath Traveler 0. um, and then also, and that's going to have to wait until I finish the ZA DLC, so I'm a bit off from playing that. And then I was going to play, I wanted to play Expedition 33 over Christmas, so I will not be playing Guild Wars Reforged anytime soon. Okay, so this art here, essentially we're meant to like reassure these wounded Seraph, but basically we can kind of just verbally abuse this one Seraph over and over again, and then it'll give us heart completion each time. So she got hit in the head by a frozen pine cone, and we're just kind of like justifiably laughing at her for it, and that somehow makes her feel better. Okay, that should be everything. 2 hearts left. That... yeah, that sounds about right. 2 hearts. There you go. Cool.
Come close. You should hear this.
There's another heart where we're mostly just killing a bunch of stuff. What we're actually doing is we're gathering these meat hunks, and we're going to hand them in to the chef.
Your end.
There's an event here. I had no idea there's an event that could go here. That's very interesting. I've never seen this event before in my life. Frickin'... are you serious, man? Okay, we're gonna do this. Yeah, that should help us with our inventory. But yeah, we go talk to Chef Mestagroff. We're gonna say, hey, have some meat, and he's gonna be like, this meat sucks, but like, whatever, I'll take it anyway. That is actually what he says. He's like, this meat is too slimy for use in my stew. But I don't know, we get heart completion out of it, so sure, whatever.
Ready for more. Target marked. Your spirit is mine.
We still need to kill a few more enemies around here. Should do
Don't
it.
have enough energy.
I think at this point it's worth sort of just bringing up that most of the, or essentially all of the content that we're going to be doing here is just like not designed with mounts in mind. So we are like skipping over a bunch of stuff, like going through that tunnel is not really supposed to be possible on foot, but because we're on a mount we can kind of just jump over it. Whereas I don't think it's supposed to be possible on foot. It's meant to be at the very least kind of difficult. And then there's also just like most of the times when we fly up to a vista, we're skipping like a jumping puzzle segment. How are we doing? Shatterer. I think we might actually be early for Pony, which is not great. We need to be, yeah, we're actually way too early for Pony, so I guess we will go and do Diasa Plateau after this map. This is Gandharan Fields. It is, I guess, kind of the... well, this is technically part of the Kingdom of Kryta, but it is mostly just kind of like under the jurisdiction of the Lion Guard, which is the sort of the protectors of Lion's Arch. But yeah, there's not a whole lot going on around here. It's mostly most of what we're going to be fighting are pirates.
You're in my sights.
But yeah, I don't know. Not really a whole lot to talk about on this map. So how is everyone doing? Is everyone having a good time? How's everyone feeling about the marathon so far?
Ready for more.
Cozy? That is good. We love to be cozy here.
Your end is nigh.
Safe from harm.
That I jumped way too far. So the distance you travel with the jackal jump is not like 100% consistent. Like it's kind of based on the exact moment that you use your jump skill. Oh my god, there's been someone here, so they've done all the freaking heart already. Normally there's a bunch of spider eggs under here that we can squash, and that gives us like 60% of the heart. But as it turns out, these are the wrong.
Your end is nigh.
This freaking asshole. Damn you, Zawisa Lady. Why would you do this to me? This heart is actually very slow if we couldn't get those eggs, so... one of the consequences of doing animation skips is when it's a particularly long animation, we actually cannot enter other animations during the period that the animation would have been going on. So like we can't use our abilities. Well, it still locks us out of using abilities during that period. So we can't like attack enemies until the animation would be finished. Ritualist factions and Necromancer factions. But in Guild Wars 2, Ritualist is a Necromancer. Alright, that's the heart. I'm just going to grab this vista up here. And another kind of fun Griffin Glide, which also just has the potential to fail. The POI, the hitbox for this POI is like weirdly low to the ground there, so we need to get pretty close by, but we nailed it. Normally we'd have to go through this tunnel, but we can just go over the top here. Save a bunch of time that way. Pretty sure it's Necromancer. Yeah, I think on the character that I made in Guild Wars 1, I was like a monk Necromancer.
I feel furious.
And it was like, it was okay, but I probably just like, my build probably sucked ass. Which obviously didn't help, but
Miss it.
anyway, these are Ettins. They are like, I don't know, two-headed troll things. We actually, generally speaking, don't want to fight them, not because they're difficult to fight, but because they just have more HP than like most other enemies, so they kind of just take longer to kill. So if we can avoid fighting them, we really probably should.
Swift and steady.
This should give us the heart. Sick. Now I just need to get out of combat. And more dredge. Oh my god, that is not what I wanted to do, but...
Your spirit is mine.
Yeah, this is another go in here and kill everything hard. Not a whole lot to talk about still.
Contract accepted.
Alrighty. The heart area that we're just about to enter into, this is
Safe from harm.
this place is like some kind of like arena sort of battle pit thing. We're going to enter into the group battle pit by ourselves, take the hard option, and we're just going to do this 3 or 4 times and it should give us the heart. All of the other options are like kind of slow, although this event is active, so... Okay, never mind, the event is not active, I was wrong. There is an event that can occur here, and it's like, I think it's like marginally faster than doing this, but...
Your spirit is mine.
Oh, there we go, now the event has started, but I mean at this point... Alright, can I just jump out this way? Does that work? I guess so. Come on, I need one friggin' enemy to kill. There we go. Generally speaking, killing enemies is like the fastest way to get basically any heart. Anything that requires you to like interact with stuff typically will not get you a lot of heart experience for the amount of time it takes. So most of the time when we interact with stuff, it's either because it's the only option available to us, or because interacting with that thing will also spawn an enemy. Or if, like, just for some reason, killing enemies doesn't give enough completion. Oops. That is not what I wanted to happen, but I guess we're just going to do this.
Quit whining.
This is the section where we want our inventory to be full. We're at 85 out of 92 slots at the moment, which is pretty... Oh, fuck off, stupid buddy, that cannon attacked me. So we actually want our inventory to be full going into this next heart. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just grab this and fill out my inventory with some unidentified gear. But yes, as an explanation for why we want our inventory to be full, what we're about to do is we're going to interact with these pirate plants here. Normally that would put an item into our inventory, but because our inventory is full, it doesn't go into our inventory, so we can just so it doesn't disappear, and we can just interact with it again and still get the heart completion out of it. So that was super fast. We can only do it in like 2 places in the run, which is a bit unfortunate, but it makes that one heart extremely quick. Yeah. That was an example of an enemy that we can't kill in one hit. That was an elite, which is, I think, generally speaking, the idea is like an elite is meant to like be a challenge for one person solo. running like a typical build.
Just haven't killed anyone in a while.
Oh,
Give him
fuck's
some
sake.
exercise at the club.
There you go. So
Go butcher all the jelly bags there.
the enemy there is used my mark on there, was invulnerable, which means I can't kill him, which means I can't get the reset, which is unfortunate, but things happen. Do we fight Tequaddle during this run? No. We might be there. It is actually mildly faster if we rock up at that heart, at the heart there at like the exact moment Tequaddle spawns. What the hell is going on here? But no, we will not be fighting. This is a very slow fight. Okay, so we did just do the thing that we need to have full inventory for, so we can actually clear out our inventory there, which is very nice. Yeah, we don't fight any world bosses in this run. The only boss that we come even like close to fighting is probably Shadow Behemoth. And like we might, we kind of want to be around for when Mod New Rulgoth spawns. What am I doing? I want to be fighting these guys. And I mean, like, I guess there's a few that might speed it up if they happen to be going on at the exact moment that we're going through the area. Like, if Shatterer happens to be there at the exact moment we're going through Blaze Ridge Steps, then like maybe it'll be faster. But like, it's not really worth trying to like rig it so that happens. It is worth noting actually that the category rules for this do allow segmented runs, so long as the segments are like between maps. So like it is theoretically possible if you wanted to do this, if you wanted to like hyper optimize this run to just like do one map at a time at the exact moment that the that everything is lined up neatly for you, but obviously, at a marathon setting, we're not going to do that. And the other thing that you could theoretically do, well, I say theoretically, the leaderboard also allows load remove times, which none of my times are that because I can't be bothered to install the load remover. But if I wanted to do that, I could probably, not, like this game has a lot of loading screens in it. And sometimes they can just get like arbitrarily long. There's another example just now of where being insanely good at griffin gliding might have actually helped. I'm pretty sure it's possible to go through that entire cave on a griffin, but now is this a Valkyrie? I was not skilled enough for it.
Contract accepted.
Alright. This next hard is kind of slow, and it gets even worse if there's anyone here, but I don't think there'll be anyone here. Basically what we're going to do is we're going to go into the blood fields here, which is just like battleground, well, the aftermath of a battleground, and we need to A, kill these skeleton scavengers, B, kill some of these centaurs, and then also revive the Seraph who are lying around, and then try and give them medical attention.
You're in my sights.
But none of these are like particularly fast, so we kind of just got to do everything that we can get our hands on.
How can I assist you? Who's next?
If anyone has any like fashion requests, I am happy to just like change what my character's wearing. Just I just in case anyone has any like
I'm wilting. Need
I don't
more
know.
endurance.
any
Nigh.
anything they want to see, I guess. Most of the time, I kind of just like hit random appearance and then hit random dies a bunch until I find something that like looks kind of okay. But I have okay, so this is another situation where we can use the Condi damage abuse to get a bunch of heart completion, but there is another person here, so there's a very good chance that what's going to happen here is this guy's frickin' minions are just going to kill everything. But there we go. Nice and quick. This is easily the fastest way to do that heart. The only other options that you would have would be killing enemies when there's an event on, but the event's not on, and then moving a bunch of packages back and forth, which is not fast. We're almost done with this map. We have 35 minutes until Pony spawns, which I think should be just enough to get Diessa Plateau into Harathi Hinterlands.
Life is discovery.
And if we're not, then I can just, if we're too early, I can just take a toilet break, I guess, I don't know. And then we might actually be able to go straight from Harathi Hinterlands into Queensdale, which would be very nice if we can. Damn it. Messed up the roller beetle there. Mallet control is probably just like one of the biggest skills in this game. Biggest things you can have, like, if you wanted to run this, and evidently I'm just not very good at it. Probably because I just have not practiced. But it's like you're supposed to be able to do the Condi damage. Well, I was told that you're supposed to be able to do the Condi damage trick with those enemies there, with those guys there, but it just doesn't work when you actually try and do it. And like 90% of the time, you can't even fight them. So
Need something?
I don't know. This is Meatoberfest, which is, I don't know, the child meat festival,
The Legion
where they just eat a bunch of meat. And basically what we're going to do is we're going to pick up meat off the meat rack and then give it to these bottomless stomach soldiers. And then also get some ale from the ale cart and give it to the unquenchable thirst soldiers. Of which there is one over here.
The Legion calls. Talk to me.
deal, citizen.
Oh, we're past daily reset. Oh, we've been past daily reset for like an hour. Alright, where'd he go? Okay, well, that's obviously not gonna happen. We've already gotten 2 of our dailies done, but the other 2 are just definitely not gonna happen anytime soon. Well, during this run anyway. It'd be nice if I could get all of them done, but it's fine.
You're in my
I actually will likely get one of my weeklies done, at least one of my weeklies done, during this run.
Safe from harm.
But, yeah, this map is the Essa Plateau. It is, this map is directly next to the, Black Citadel, so there's a lot of sort of like char stuff going on around here. Like just now we were at Meetoberfest, which is the festival at a char village, or whatever you want to call it. But we're also going to run into the Flame Legion for Guild Wars nerds. The Flame Legion are kind of like, it's a bit hard to explain the history of the Flame Legion. In Guild Wars 1, the Flame Legion were kind of like the ruling caste of the ruling and the priest/shaman caste of the Char. And at some point in the meantime, there was a revolution, and the Char overthrew the Flame Legion, and kind of got kicked out of. And they kind of got kicked out of the legions.
Destroy the tunnels.
So the
Lost without the
contract accepted.
the Flame Legion are kind of just like this outcast group of Char who were always trying to destroy the legions. And that is, I guess, kind of part of the narrative justification for why Char are playable in this game. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god, man. Where get all the... We do have all the hero points on this map. Okay, cool. Well, I am not in the right spot. Yeah, this hut here, this lake is just like fucking filthy for various reasons, which are not present on this map, but are actually present on a different map. But
Your end is nigh.
we just need to like clean it up and kill all of the tar elementals that have spawned, and also all of the skelp that are in here for some reason. And then also activate these chemical dispensers, which are cleaning up the lake.
Click, click, boom.
One of the things we could do if it wasn't horribly slow was also grab water testing kits from these things and hand them into the NPC, but that is just like abysmally slow. Alright, this guy here, we're going to jump into this guy's cannon because, like, I don't know, it seems like a fun time, and that launches us to the top of this tower. And then these are the ghosts of Ascalon. So, let's grab this POI real quick. So in the lore, what happens is that when the Kingdom of Ascalon was almost overrun by the Char, the King of Ascalon unleashed a spell called the Fire, which essentially turned everyone in the kingdom into like immortal ghosts to like hunt down the Char forever.
Just a bit of your soul.
So now like the entire Kingdom of Ascalon is just haunted by ghosts. And a lot of the sort of Char motivations are just trying to figure out ways to
It's burning me.
why are you freaking not dead yet? Figure out ways to contain the ghosts
Need more endurance.
or undo the fire. What? What? Why am I? What the hell was that? Okay, that was weird. I like mounted up and then immediately dismounted. So now I can't use my combat mount again, which is very annoying. So now I gotta actually get out of combat. Wait, what? That was my... Okay, that's confusing. That was slightly confusing, but... where am I going? I want to go this way. I also want to drink some water, Jesus Christ. Alright. This is the heart where we do emotes. Rata. And then chair. So we gotta do some emotes at those cows, which cheers them up. We get some heart compression out of it, and we grab a water bucket and water these cows. And then we actually can't do all of the heart right now because the only other option for us is incredibly slow, so we're going to do half of this heart now. And this should hopefully take less than 30 seconds so that we can...
You think you can take me?
No, okay, fine, whatever. So that we can get back here. If I didn't get in combat, I would have tried to do a jackal jump to grab that waypoint before jumping back, but the event going on there was kind of unfortunately placed. So now these things are back, so we can... We can do those again for the heart. Yeah, if that event wasn't going on, I would have been able to grab that that waypoint over there, which would have saved us like 5 seconds or so later. But that's how it goes. I actually just took a completely roundabout path for basically no reason.
New lands, new opportunities.
I feel furious.
And then this heart is just kill a bunch of ghosts and light a bunch of torches.
Contract accepted.
There's actually not a lot of combat in like most of the first half of this map. This is like the first real heart. It is basically just go in there and kill everything. But from now on, there'll be a few more. The Ascalonian fighters, which is a type of ghost, have the very annoying ability Fiery Block, where they just will start blocking attacks. And we don't really have any way to get around that block with this build, so when they start doing that, our best option is usually to just attack something else until they stop. but even then, it's still just annoying. So this is where I would go back to that waypoint if I had picked it up, but unfortunately it did not. And oh my god, that frickin' light post just literally ate all of my momentum. That is so annoying. Usually it's trees that do this to me, but I guess today it's fucking light posts. This is probably the example that stands out most to me personally of hearts that just get ruined if there's even a single other person there. Because most of the enemies around here just like do not respawn particularly quickly, and we actually do need to kill essentially everything to get the heart.
Click, boom.
But thankfully we got lucky here. No, for fuck's sake. I wanted to grab the position rewinder there, but it didn't activate for whatever reason. This hut here, we gotta look after this guy's garden. So we're just gonna grab a water bucket, dump it on some plants, and then call it a day. There we go. We should maybe we should do something about those grubs that are like spewing poison all over his plants, but like, who cares? This is one of the hearts where it would be really nice if the event was not active, but this map seems like there's not a lot of people on it, so there's not like a whole lot of chance that these events are going to be active, not going to be active. But the event here is the separatists have stolen all of the cows for this, that belong to the ranch here. And that ranch is where we would be getting most of the points for this heart by feeding the cows, but if we try and talk to her now, she'll be like, no, my cows are gone. So we can't do it, which is annoying, but that's how it be. And then this is also a mount, no mount area, which is but the good news is if that event's active, then there's a decent chance that this next heart will have its event active, and that heart event lets us like instantly complete the heart. Hopefully it is active. It doesn't look like it is. God damn it, that's annoying. No, never mind, it is. Okay, so this heart here, this event here, we're able to kill these trebuchets. If we can destroy a trebuchet from inside the heart area, it instantly completes the heart for us. But the trebuchets are pretty far outside of the heart area, so we kind of have to be very careful about not leaving the area when we do it. But yeah, so I think most of the time that we lost by having to do the cow heart, we gained by being able to do that heart quickly. This is a little bit of downtime where we just whack the practice army for a little while. We actually have to whack it at a very particular rhythm, otherwise we don't get the completion. I'm doing it too quickly, but well, if we do it too quickly, then we don't get completion for it. So I need to make sure that I'm actually waiting long enough between strikes. Like that one was too fast. There we go. What the fuck was that? A lot of weird stuff that what the what?
Time for my little soldier
Okay,
to
that
get to work.
what? A lot of weird stuff that can happen in this game, and I feel like a lot of it is only happening because like I'm on 300 ping. But that was an interesting one. I'd never seen that before. Would have liked to have set that on that bridge there, but my god, there's this really annoying thing that can happen when you mount up a skimmer right when you're entering the water, and it will just like shove you downwards super fast, and makes it annoying because you can't exit the water if you're being shoved downwards super fast. So that just happened just there. Okay, thankfully the meta here is not in a completed state either. If it was, this heart is just like super crazy slow because there's no enemies to defeat. But like no one does this event chain anyway, so
Ah, it was nothing.
Click, click, boom. Ready for more.
there's an enemy. Game, please let me fight stuff. Oh yeah, these are the Flame Legion. I don't know if I did explain about them earlier, but yeah. This might be the first time we ran into them, except for one time earlier. Did that not give me heart completion for killing him? What? That's insane. Grab this Vista, and we're done.
Safe from harm.
I ran into a frickin' tree. Trees, man. I did a jackal jump there, but I bounced off a frickin' tree. And trees are just the bane of my existence. Oh, what the? Game! Don't do this shit to me! Frickin'. Okay, that was that thing that I explained earlier that can happen when sometimes when I do I'm pretty sure this is just a thing that only happens on high ping, but like if I teleport to waypoint, sometimes it will just like teleport me back to the waypoint again later for some reason. What are we doing? Oh my god. Okay. What we're trying to do here is chop down trees and throw them into the fire pit. But what we can do, normally the chopping down the tree animation is super slow, but what we can do is use animation cancelling to do it, and then it will kind of give us the branch that we've chopped down after the animation would have finished. So we kind of got to time it out properly to get like as many
Excellent.
Branches near us as possible. The other thing we can do here is use these explosive kits to do various things. So for example, we can throw grenades at wasp nests, which is totally a good idea, and also use grounded bombs to blow up tree stumps, which I'm really not sure would work as well as they seem to think it would, but I mean, there you have it. Any keys so far? I don't think so. Nope. Oh no, I got one apparently. I was not even paying attention. We have a approximately 30% chance of getting a Black Lion key from completing a map. And Black Lion keys are basically used to open Black Lion chests, which are like the loot box of this game. Alright, into Harathi hinterlands, assuming, yeah, Modern Goth soon. Cool. Okay, so if I timed this correctly, we should be getting roughly to the area the boss's pre-event spawns in at the moment that the boss starts. Which, if that happens, and the event chain is in the right spot, we should be able to just very quickly complete the heart. And if the event chain's not in the right spot, then the heart is not that hard to complete anyway. The only issue is if the event chain is in the completed state and the boss isn't spawning. In that situation, it just becomes like horribly slow to complete. So this is more just like a safety thing than it is like a proper strat. This heart here, we've got to help out this mercenary camp. We're going to do it by just fighting all of them, or fighting these 4 dudes. 4 people.
We must all fight.
Oh my god, and my freaking... my freaking mark was on cooldown. We need to fight 10 of them, I think. Each one gives 10% completion. I actually missed one just there because the guy killed it before I realized that I needed to use my mark. So
Swift and steady.
should be this one, and this one.
Contract accepted.
Got agents in the field who need help.
Using the Skyscale? Yes, Skyscale is just by far the best mount for this. Well, I mean, it's by... What the hell is that? Oh, okay. It's just like by far the most generally useful mount for this, like especially in Corteria where verticality is typically very difficult to get without it. Yeah, Skyscale is absurdly good. And like it's only gotten better with the recent expansions. It's just such a long fight. It really is. If you have Secrets of Obscure, it is a faster unlock, but no, I got this basically on the second day that it was available to get, way back in Living World Season 4.
Click, click, boom.
Spent a kind of absurd amount of time grinding out hearts to get map currencies. Only started a month ago. Okay, yeah, no, that's fair. Damn it. Got to kind of fly kind of low to get that POI in there. So if I was a little bit quicker on pulling up, I could have gotten over here faster, but it's fine. Ideally, the event for this heart area here will be up, or it'll at least be in the non-captured state, but it doesn't look like that's the case, so we have to do this the slow way. Working way through Living World 4. It's Living World 4 is actually pretty good. I think, in my opinion, Living World 3 is probably the better Living World, in terms of like story, but Living World 4 is pretty fun. I think, especially like the characters, Joko is just like a lot of fun, and like you get Aurene, then yeah, 4-3 the Lich one. That one's pretty fun. The end cutscene where Aurene comes in, that is. Actually, I probably shouldn't. If you're still doing that, I probably shouldn't spoil it for you. But it is a great.
One more for the missus.
It is a pretty great great story. All right, I'll try not to spoil it for you, but it gets pretty good. Yeah, normally there'd be a bunch of centaurs around here and we could just kill them, but because this event chain is in its completed state, we kind of don't have any other options other than just do a bunch of these interactables, and they're not fast at all. Come on, there's got to be something else I can do around here. Okay. And I just got attacked by something like at the exact last moment before I mounted up. This hut here, these are like refugees or something from the centaur attacks. They've got this kind of like hidden camp, and we just need to help keep it in repair by killing crabs, apparently. I don't know if this actually gives it. It does. And then once we've killed all the crabs, we can just press F on all these barrels and...
Safe from harm. One more for the missus.
Well, I'm just moving through here, do some quick inventory management. We need to fly up here to grab this waypoint. There's actually a waypoint that I forget to grab a lot, so it's good that I remember to do it this time. We're actually, it looks like we're going to be a tiny bit late to Olgoth spawn, so I might skip ahead a little bit after this next heart, probably.
I'm dying here. Huh, you're kidding,
The boss or the pre-event for the boss will start at half past on the dot. And we want to be over like here at that point, so I might have to get a bit creative with the routing, although it does depend on where the meta state is going into it. I might not have to, but we'll find that out shortly. Thankfully, the window that we have to be there is actually pretty long.
That's
It's like 8 minutes, so we're actually not in that much of a rush now that I think about it. These are the holy ruins of Demetra, or the ruins of Demetra, which I believe is the location in Guild Wars 1. I might be mistaken there, but I'm pretty sure it is. There's some other areas that we'll see later that also show up in Guild Wars 1. But of course they're all ruins now because the entire kingdom of Ascalon has been, you know, destroyed.
contract accepted.
In this part, we're just going to kill a bunch of bandits. That is all we're going to do. Come on, what? You.
You're
There we
vulnerable. I mean you.
You. I don't know if these wolves get a completion. They do not.
I'm going to.
Alright, we're back. Luckily, this is a thing I can do as staff for this channel, is if something breaks, I can fix it myself. I gotta mute the stream again. Where is this? Regrouped and launching it. Okay, so we actually do kind of want to be over. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this part, and then I'm going to skip ahead over to the boss area, and then we can work our way back from there. Let's see. You can hear this guy yelling like "destroy them" in the background there. That's the boss, who is currently, he's just a very angry dude in general. Actually, this is a bit of an out of bounds clip. If we go up here, we can sort of hide behind this invisible wall here and use Skyscale fireballs to destroy centaurs from here. Typically you're supposed to be using these trebuchets over there to destroy these, but they're kind of just like, they're not even always working. So this is other option, we can't really move from this spot though, is the issue, because if we do, we'll exit the heart area, so we kind of can only really go up and down here, but this is still a pretty fast way to do this heart. Okay, so I'm going to grab this waypoint, and then I'm going to just run straight over to the heart. Once I exit this bloody no mount area. I did not plan this out very effectively. Fucking trees, man! Trees! Ruining everything! So yeah, we actually really do want to make sure that we catch this event, because if we don't, there will essentially just be no way to do this heart quickly. So what we want to do is we want to go over here. There's like a decent few people here, and kill these hordes of enemies here, but we also want to make sure that we don't go too far forwards, because otherwise we will exit the heart area.
All will die.
Like, there really is just like basically no way to get this heart quickly. We have to visit all these fallen soldiers and then take the things that we pick up off them over to the heart NPC, and the heart NPC is all the way over here. Okay. So now I'm just going to have to do some somewhat creative routing, but I think what I'll do that,
Come to fight me,
and then we will
Slim,
go over here, grab this. Probably should have used the position rewinder for that one instead of the other one, but then we gotta do this heart.
Weakness makes me sick.
And this is also just
More will come.
you know, do kill a bunch of centaurs, but the other thing we can do is light fire to all of these centaur supplies, because once we have picked up a torch, it does not take time to do it. So that's also one way we can get some extra completion out of this. I gotta grab here real quick, just get a POI, and then these guys are still freaking invulnerable, so I can't do it, so I just wasted my I didn't realize these enemies spawned all the way back here. These are the enemies that were spawning.
Weakness makes me sick.
Why can I not interact with these freaking centaur supplies? No, because it's freaking arseholes in the way. Bloody centaurs, man. Centaur supplies. Interact. Okay. But yeah, the invincible dudes that just spawned by were, What do you mean? Torch? Interact. Fucking hell, that should not have taken like 15 tries. I'm good at this game, I swear. Anyway. Yeah, those invincible dudes that spawned, or the enemies that were spawning for that event over there, and they like run all the way over here, and they don't become vulnerable until they're like right at the entrance. Which is kind of funny. I didn't realize they spawned that far back. But this would have been the last heart for this run. No, oh, God, why would you target that? This would have been the last heart for this run, for this map. We would sort of work our way over here, but yeah, I don't have my frickin' Deadeye's mark because I accidentally used it on the boss, so it's just like standing over there and invulnerable.
My pain is easy.
Alright, so how are we gonna do this? I think probably just...
Your dust drowning.
Where are we? We're gonna go all the way back here. We're gonna have to run if we do go for... Oh my god! Freaking third time that's happened, are you serious? Okay, anyway. If we do go for Shadow Behemoth right after this, we're probably gonna have to enter the map and then just run straight over there, which is a bit annoying, but
My pain, I'm renewed.
Your spirit is mine.
that's how it is, I guess. This heart, we're gonna do about half of it, just killing harpies over here, and then the event, the supposed aim of this is to assist the Skrit who are living in this cave over here, and apparently killing those harpies helps them. The other thing we're gonna do is we're just gonna interact with these Skrit tunnels and these cave-ins. Actually, you're going to need to... Normally we would end up coming back here to just get the last little bit of the heart, but because we don't need to come back here, we gotta spend a tiny bit of extra time doing this. So this should be the last. Hang on, no, there should be. This waypoint should be the last thing in the map. Alright, cool. Now we're going over to Queensdale. So assuming I didn't just completely get the order of bosses wrong, Shadow Behemoth should be spawning in about 5 minutes. So what I would like to do, is get a tiny bit of this map done, and then just rush straight over there so we can do the pre-event for that, and that should help us with our well, that should give us enough to complete that heart.
Your end is nigh.
I'm amazed there is no one else around here. Normally this place is crawling with new players. But I guess this is a relatively empty instance because most people on this map are here for the boss.
Your end is nigh.
Let's do this.
I think I'm playing a bit of a dangerous game here to see how much of this, how much of the regular rat I can do before I have to rush over to Shadow Behemoth, but I think I can do at least this one and maybe also the next heart. That is not something I wanted to happen. That was purely a mistake on that part. On my part, I accidentally hit the button to return to my Shadow Step spot.
I'm new.
Oh my god, I am actually like 1% away from doing this.
Safe from harm.
Do.
For punchers.
Your end. Ready for more.
Alright, we'll grab this waypoint as soon as the frickin' camera lets me see where I'm going. And then we're going to, I guess the way I'll do this, I already got that. I'm gonna try and like path our way over there, while also grabbing stuff that we need. I actually think this is going to help too much getting this one, but the boss spawns at about 45 minutes past, just as a heads up, so I am cutting this extremely close, but we also don't need to be there for like the very start of the event. Actually, where I do want to be is over here. So, if we get here at exactly the right time, we're actually a tiny bit early, but in about 20 seconds. Oh, there we go. Hang on, what? Yeah. There we go. So this helps us do this heart as well. This heart is also a little bit slow, so this is one of the pre-events for
That's done.
pre-events for the boss. Once all the 3 first pre-events are open, then a portal will appear to the boss. So we're going to use this time to try and clear out this heart. There should be some centaurs around here that we can kill.
Just a bit of your soul. You won't miss it.
And it looks like no one else is doing these other pre-events, which is a bit annoying, but it's none of our business. So what I'm going to do is grab this waypoint and then grab this waypoint, and I guess we'll do this pre-event as well, which I'm not super happy about having to do, but we don't get heart completion out of doing this one. Alright, and now there is no one here. Wow, okay,
Contract accepted.
that is interesting. I have never seen no one at this boss before. That is amazing.
Who's next?
Oh, never mind. There's a few people now.
Safe from harm.
Hurts, doesn't it?
I'm gonna go over to where they are. That'll help us kill these things a bit faster. So normally, like, you would have to be killing. Winter's Day has been killing attendants on world events. That is true. That is true. Yeah, normally you'd have to run around like this entire swamp and kill a bunch of portals and random enemies. And like, it is horribly slow, but thankfully for this we can just do this. So we lost a tiny bit of time because no one wanted to do the pre-events apparently, but that's fine. Now that we've gotten that, we can just go back to regularly scheduled routing. Which means we're going back to here. We're going to interact with these suspicious bushes. Kill the bandits. Once we run out of bushes, we're just going to go into this cave and kill some more bandits. You know what, I don't even care, we're just gonna... Why? Has someone been through here? Are you frickin' serious? You! God damn it! It's always one frickin' person! So normally there would be like 20 to 30 bandits in here and we could just go through and kill them. But as it turns out, this one person has cleared out the entire area. So now we have to interact with these stolen feeds to get bandits to spawn. Which is suboptimal.
You got me.
Actually, I guess I'll go over here. Normally I would grab those two waypoints that I grabbed on the way over to Chatterer, to Shadow Behemoth. But yes, our biggest obstacles in this run are 1, other players, and 2, just like trees.
Click, click, boom.
Because the amount of times that I run into a tree and lose all my momentum on my mount it will be quite a lot, and I will swear very loudly every time it happens. But yeah, other players, worst enemy.
Safe from harm.
Your end is nigh.
As another example, there would normally be a bunch of centaurs around here that I would kill, but I had to not do that instead because that one person had killed all of them.
Low adventure.
Thankfully, most interactables for hearts in this game are instanced, so like they're unique per player. So if it really comes down to it, I can usually just do interactables to get hearts, but that's not always fast. Or even like, you know, mediocre speed. Like sometimes it's just horribly slow. But also sometimes it is actually the fastest way because these interactables do not have a animation time on them, so we can just keep going. We can just grab them on the move. This is another heart. We gotta help the Seraph train by just hitting these drill sergeants with a sword. For some reason, so normally if she's blocking like that, we bounce off, and she normally triggers it if we hit her, but if we don't have her targeted, then we can actually get a few extra hits in. But the amount of cycles we go through is kind of random.
Come on. That's way too slow.
It's good if we can get 3 hits in per cycle, but sometimes you can only get 2, sometimes you can only get 1. Sometimes you can get 4, and that means we can 3 cycle her if we get really lucky, but 4 cycle is typical. And she just went through another cycle, so we only got 1 in that cycle there because she just decided to block. Oh my god.
Come on. That's way too slow.
So
Try attacking me.
these trainees here, like, I don't know exactly how it's programmed, but basically, like, they typically will always get blocked, and they usually all attack at once so that, like, the blocks don't stretch out too much. But I don't know, sometimes they get, like, slightly desynced, and then she'll just, like, block for way longer than she should. I don't really know exactly how it works, but it's just another bit of RNG that sometimes you just can't get the heart done quickly. We actually got a bit lucky here in that there was enough centaurs around to get completion off here, because sometimes there are just no centaurs and we need to destroy objects, which is not always fast. There's the Shadow Behemoth over there. They seem to be having a fun time fighting it, but yeah, we don't care about that. Good luck or whatever. Oh, good, and just there I got screwed over by the reality rift again. Grab that. Is there a waypoint over there? It's not a waypoint over there. I wonder if that is... Okay, well, so this is the Etten Heart. We want to try and convince these Ettins to go and fight the Centaurs. The way we do that is we talk to them and we pick the right dialogue. I think basically the idea is we want to match the tone of what they're saying. So like if they're aggressive, we want to be aggressive back. I picked the wrong one there. If I pick the wrong one, then they get angry and start attacking me instead. But if they're like polite, we want to be polite to them back. So like this guy gave us a compliment, so we're gonna be nice to them. They are actually fixed. Each Etten spawn will always have the same dialogue and the same response, the same correct response, but I can never be bothered to remember which ones have which, so I just read the dialogue and then guess which one. Oh my god, and again that friggin' thing died right when I wasn't even in the hard area.
You never learn enough.
Okay.
You're
Anyway.
in my sights. Click, click, boom.
This is another kill a bunch of centaurs. The heart area of this is actually like insanely huge. Like it is basically this entire area here, but we can get most of the heart done right here, and that lets us just speed through the rest of the area. There's a bit of a tricky Griffin Glide coming up here. We want to fly down here and get the POI that's here with enough space to go out through that exit. If we fly too high, there's actually a bunch of invisible walls around there that can mess you up. But normally I would be doing this hard here, but we have already done it, so just gonna skip ahead to this waypoint. This heart, well, we're supposed to be destroying the script, but the event chain is already completed, so there's no script in here. And we kind of need to jump over this blockage here to get to where the rest of the script are. But there's other stuff we can do for this heart, thankfully, that is not script related.
Just a bit of your soul. You won't miss it.
This is actually... there we go. Wasps respawn, I guess. Alright, cool. Grab this POI in here. And then... this is the boar hunting lodge. That is an alarm. Anyway, this is the boar hunting lodge, so normally we're supposed to kill a bunch of boars, but we're just going to kill a bunch of spiders instead.
Pain is easy.
Because, as it turns out, all these spiders up here give pretty good completion when we kill them. But again, if we go too far down this path, we'll exit the hard area, so we've got to be careful. Normally that actually would have given us enough, but I guess we've got to kill some pigs as well. Did I miss a POI? Oh, I did. Alright, grab this here then. I was supposed to grab this on the way down from that vista. Oh, come on! Frickin'! Tiny little bits of geometry messing up all my frickin' momentum. It's so annoying. And of course, the beetle just barely doesn't fit through that gate, because why would it? This is going great. This is... probably going to take a quick toilet break after this run. This is the heart where we exploit child labor. This town is meant to be this like sort of idyllic, you know, neighborly town, so we gotta clean up the neighborhood by destroying wasp nests and telling children to do their chores. But it just feels like child labor to me.
How do you do?
And this should be the last heart of the map. So what we want to do is we want to kill a bunch of these brackish scale. Unfortunately, there's not usually enough to get the whole heart, so we're going to have to.
Contract accepted.
I'm going to have to move on to the next thing, which is catching these hard-shelled crabs. these crabs are actually just like completely invulnerable to damage, so the only real way we have to catch them is by luring them towards these crab cages and then capturing them inside the cage. Annoyingly, these crabs have this, like most crabs, they have this block ability, where they will just stand still for a little bit, which is not ideal when we want to capture them because we need to lure them towards this cage, and if they stand still and try and block, then we can't do that. So it's suboptimal. I am missing a POI. So one of these ones over here. I didn't get that? What? I specifically went over there to get that. I can't believe I didn't get it. Wow, that's insane. Did they move it? I feel like they moved from where it was. Maybe I'm just lying to myself. Alright, I'm going to go to the toilet real quick. We are now past the point where we need to rush for any world bosses so we can take our time if it wasn't a speedrun. So I will be right back. Okay, I have returned Gas Hills. I both like and dislike this map. I think, like, parts of this map are just, like, really annoying, but I think in general it's kind of a fun map to complete.
Give it your all.
Oh my god, I got that freaking bug again. I'm not even sure it was a bug, but I lost my Dead Eyes Mark cooldown, so, well, it resets, so now I have to
What have you done?
defeat all these enemies by hand, and I don't even need to be doing this because I already got the heart, but this heart completes weirdly quickly sometimes.
Safe from harm.
Got all the hero points on this map, which is cool because some of the hero points on this particular map are kind of a bit out of the way. do.
I'm renewed.
You're vulnerable.
If only I could.
Safe from harm.
Target marked.
Not a whole lot going on in this map, really. I feel like I've explained basically everything that's worth explaining. I guess we can slightly go over the lore of this map. This map is the location of one of the Living World Season 1 events, which is the Tower of Nightmares, which is this big-ass tower that was in the middle of the lake, but it kind of got knocked down. We'll see that a bit later. But yeah, there's not really a whole lot else going on this map, really. Now, part of the lore is that this the Tower of Nightmares is sort of like the debris is like leaking toxic waste all over into the surrounding area. This is another map, another thing where we really don't want to be fighting these ends because they just don't give enough heart completion to make it worth the amount of time it takes to kill them. But I mean, like, if someone else, if there's nothing else to do, that's what we got to do. But like, they just have slightly more health than like is really necessary. So instead, pick up these supplies and hand them to this guy. We would usually also be able to hand it into these Lion Guard who are wandering around, but 90% of the time they're like already dead, so we can't hand them in while they're dead, and it's not really worth it to take the time to revive them. But again, there is one other person around, and it's kind of messing up.
Safe from harm.
So there's an event that spawned right after we passed through that road there, where the Ettins block off the tunnel. Clearing that event, I'm pretty sure gives you a small amount of completion for this heart. Alright. There is a heart over here that we're just gonna ignore for now. What we actually want to do is grab this waypoint. Here, grab this waypoint. Another nice thing about the Warclaw is it's immune to fall damage, which the Raptor is not. So if we wanted to grab that Vista there, if we wanted to grab the Vista there on the Raptor, we would have to wait until we got out of combat from the fall damage. But on the Warclaw, we do not have to do that. These are destroyers. These are the dragon minions of Primordius, the fire dragon. They're like, I don't know,
Just a bit
constructs
of
made out of molten rock or something. They usually exist underground. Inventory's full.
Target marked.
fight that. Normally I would have done this hard by now, but there was a guy and I'm guessing he killed everything. Again. Normally this doesn't happen this much in one run. This is really not going super great. Mic is very quiet now. Is that better? I had it moved away from my mouth. I also just went off in the wrong direction. Started moving towards the jumping puzzle, but we do not need to go in there. We can't dismount the roller beetle while in the air, so it would have been nice if I had turned around in time to land on that vista, but I had to use the bond of faith to jump off in midair. Otherwise I would have had to land all the way down in the water and then fly back up. Which is not fast. Alrighty. That's the sort of first chunk of this map done. You can see all of these enemies are toxic because they've been poisoned by the fallout from the Tower of Nightmares.
Safe from harm.
The sharks are not toxic though, I guess. Yeah, I can abuse new mechanic from Visions of Eternity, where you can just fly like crazy high in a skimmer for some reason. The skimmer got a bunch of buffs in the new expansion, but unfortunately we just like don't really spend enough time underwater to make good use out of it. Probably the most impactful buff for us is it just got like the flat movement speed increase, which is nice, but again we just do not spend enough time on the skimmer for it to really become noticeable. Good. Come on, seriously. There we go. That is not where I wanted to go. Alright, this heart area here, if the meta's in a completed spot, it is very slow, and it is almost always in its completed spot, but at the moment it would seem as though the event is up, which is very nice. Honestly pretty rare.
Might and glory. Contract accepted. I need help.
So we should be able to get a decent chunk of this heart done by just
Who's next?
killing enemies in this little area here.
Click, click, boom.
And even if we can't, we can also go in here when the event's in its completed spot. All of this is occupied by allies, so there's not really anything to kill. Like, I'm pretty sure I could count on one hand the amount of times I've reached this point, and the this event is up, or like any event is up. So it's nice to get that heart done quickly for once, and I thought I could drive up that slope, but I missed the slope. Oh, damn it. I got hit in like the one friggin' frame before I clicked the bloody TP. So you can't waypoint travel while you're in combat. I did not have my mount stealth, so I couldn't make sure I wasn't in combat for that. And then I got attacked like 1 second, like one frame before I clicked the waypoint teleport. It's a bit upsetting, but this is another insta-complete heart. This heart is like really freaking slow if you're not insta-completing it, so thankfully for us, we can do that. What we're handing in here is these Seraph badges. You can just buy them on the trading post. Or if you're like me, you can do a bunch of runs of this without buying stuff and then just hoard all the stuff that you would normally buy. But even for that, this heart here, it is stupidly slow. I feel like I actually missed... Ah, that's a bit awkward. I just realized that I'm missing one because there's one that I need to hand in later. Did I not put this on my notes? Crab meat. Did I not pick that up? Or did I destroy it? Okay, that's a bit awkward. I might have to double check. I feel... Oh no, I just didn't... Okay, that's fine. We'll just grab it from my bank. Anyway, yeah, I just realized that I didn't have the stuff that I needed for the to hand in for one of the hearts. These scrit aren't part of this heart. They're just there because of that Christmas present for Winter's Day. But yeah, this heart here is also just kind of annoying. This is even less likely than the other one to be in the uncompleted state. But so our only real option here is to interact with these spike traps, which thankfully do not have an animation time, so relatively quick. This exit here is into Brisbane Wildlands, which we cleared earlier. And what we can do is we can kill some of these centaurs, but we need to be careful about it because if we go too far, again we'll exit the heart area.
Weakness makes me sick.
I do not believe these bears. Yeah, they do not.
Contract accepted.
I actually might have to get a bit creative here.
I'm out of endurance.
I need to go in here to get this POI anyway, but I need to go in here to get this POI anyway, but let's see. I don't want that. Water bucket. Here we go. Alright. That was a bit slow, but whatever, we got it. So we need to go through here to grab this. That's the ruins of the Tower of Nightmares. And I'm actually going to very quickly visit the bank because I forgot to grab something when I set up my bank last night. Once the frickin' Mistlock Sanctuary loads. We need... Oh, wait. Where'd they go? Maybe I didn't... Oh. Alright, well... I guess I just forgot to buy them. Is that the one we want? Hang on. It's just crap, mate. I need 34 of these. It's a bit embarrassing to have to do this, but, that's how it is, I guess. Alright. I'm gonna go talk to this guy. Grab him the carbonate that we just bought. And then we don't actually need to do anything else around here because we got that. We do need to grab this Vista. Yeah, I do a lot of runs of this, just sort of like casually, like not all in one sitting, but when I'm doing map completion casually, I will normally just like not do the insta-complete heart stuff and instead collect the items and then just put them in my bank. But so I kind of just have the instinct to go and like start doing stuff around there, even though we don't need to. Because normally we would be doing stuff around there to get the to do the heart.
My pain is easy.
But on to the next heart, I guess. This is, I know these bandits are doing something, mining apparently, or salvage. And we just want to fuck them up. So that's what we will do. We'll do that by staring at them until they die. And maybe also shooting at them.
Safe from harm.
This is like, I don't know, the main camp of the centaurs in this area. We're just gonna...
Your spirit is mine.
Again, go in here and kill everything.
Weakness makes me sick.
There's also a hero point in here that I get the urge to go and grab even though we don't need to because we already grabbed it. This event's up, which means we can do this art relatively quickly. This event actually usually is up, so it's not
Ready for more.
not an amazing stroke of luck that it's up, but it's still nice. Oh, we good. Cool, cool. So we're almost done with this map. Hopefully there's no one around at this next heart. We can kind of make it extremely quick.
Safe from harm.
If we kill these grubs, we get a decent amount of heart completion, and this Etten being alive would strongly imply there's no one else around. So we can basically get 90% of the completion on this heart just from these grubs, which is very nice. And the last thing we have to do is just talk to you, turn into a pig, enter here, and then I guess I'll just get out of combat, but so this should be the end of the map right in here once I get this POI, but I think I might have missed something. Oh, never mind, we're good. Alright, let's see. Oh, we haven't done the grove yet. We'll go do that. Calagon Forest, I should say. This is Calagon Forest. It's like the starting area for the Sylvari, which is us. So we get the that cutscene that we just skipped was the cutscene that would have played after we finished the tutorial.
Everything has
Our aim here at this heart, I don't know, they're tending to some trees or whatever, so we're just going to kick the trees, which it's supposed to make fruit fall down and then we take the fruit over to the farmer or whatever, but we're just going to kick all the trees and call it a day.
Pardon me. I'd like to talk.
This next heart, we get to pet a bunch of doggos, assuming the event is not up. Yeah. Oh wait, actually, is this the petting the doggos one? It is. This should be... these are Sylvan Hounds, which I know... tree doggos.
Exploring the world, swift and
We just get heart completion by playing with them for some reason. And we can finish off the heart by killing a bunch of mosquitoes and spiders around.
You're in my sights.
Oh, what? I tried to do a jackal jump there, but I think I was on the wrong mount. Either that or I didn't have enough energy to do the dash, which... it is nice that this event is up, because that means there are enemies that we can attack. Normally,
pain is easy.
if we wanted to do this event, we would have to interact with these noxious plants, which will poison us when we interact with them, which puts us in combat, which means we can't do animation cancels as much as we'd want to. And I got another key just now, which is cool. What am I doing? Oh, there's an event up here. And it just failed right when I got there, but fine. I still got the enemies, so it's, if anything, that's like optimal. I want to make sure we get that POI, waypoint, I should say.
Seize the moment.
And this is the heart where we infiltrate the Nightmare Court. There's basically a bunch of things we can do around here, but we can like fight some stuff, but we don't really care about doing that. So instead we're going to comfort the doggos that they're trying to turn into evil doggos. We can actually drive them towards Nightmare by like tormenting them, and if we do that too many times then we just straight up die. Which is a choice. Alright, we'll fight this guy, I guess. Inventory's full again. Where do I got it? Frickin'. I really should open some of these bags. That'll probably.
Might and glory.
That would probably help. This heart, we're just killing a bunch of spiders. Nothing a whole lot. Well, I guess one interesting thing is eating one of these mushrooms turns us real small for some reason. And that lets us go into these spider dens and clear them out from the inside. Oh, there's an event here. Wow, I'm getting tons of like rare events this run. Like there is usually just not events events going on here, but I will take it. This heart's like moderately slow without the event, so on to the next heart. Plan here is to fly over this cliff here and enter this grove. Wow, we get the event here as well. That is incredible. Actually, don't know if this event does a whole lot for the heart completion.
Your end is nigh.
Okay, it does not. That's interesting.
No other option but to destroy it.
I mean, no line of sight. Yeah. Normally what we'd be supposed to do here is talk to the person who will transform us into a thorn heart. Not a thorn heart, a moss heart. And we would use the abilities of that form to do parts of the to interact with stuff, but that's a bit slow. We can get a decent chunk of this by just running around and killing these grubs. And there is an event up, an event that can occur here that gives us pretty decent completion for it, but looks like we're gonna have to do this after all.
Support, there is no way the farm would have survived.
Luckily, we did not need to spend too much time in that form. Like, the moss heart just like moves around really slowly, and like all of its animations take ages, and you kind of got to spend a weirdly huge amount of time doing stuff with it if you have to. Oops. We'll come back there later. There was a heart just next to that POI that we just got, but for now we want to go up and do this heart instead. This like fortress or the outpost is just like constantly under attack by Nightmare Court for some reason. So our aim is to help them out. Usually there's a bunch of Nightmare Court around that we can attack, but they kind of don't give us huge amount of completion. And there's also, they just like spawn pretty intermittently. But instead what we're going to do is we're going to interact with these nightmare webs, which causes these spiders to appear. And once we get our ability to do stuff back, we should be able to kill a few of them. Alright. A little slow, but whatever. This heart here again. Where is the NPC? This is an insta-complete heart. We're handing in 20 Caledon Lavender. Which is nice. This heart's, I mean, this heart's not super slow without it, but it's still nice to be able to skip it. And more underwater combat. So these are the crate. I can't remember. We saw a few of them earlier in Kazakh Tales, but they're like snake creatures. They're basically Naga from WoW. But just like arseholes. Instead of blue, they're like grey. But yeah, I don't know, there's not a whole lot to talk about them. There are 0 friendly crate in the game. They're one of the few like races that are exclusively hostile. Like basically every other race in this game has at least some friendly factions that you might encounter. But nope, there are 0 crate. They are just all assholes without what's the word I'm looking for? Without exception. Wait, I don't need to be here. I want to be over here. Got my route mixed up for a second there. Thought it was a bit weird that I was turning around there, but no. I'm gonna grab POI here. These are the Soundless. They are Sylvari who have willingly cut themselves off from the Fail Tree, as opposed to the Nightmare Court who are like actively hostile towards it. They don't really have any story relevance whatsoever. I don't think there's like I think maybe in the Sylvari personal story, one of the paths like that they appear in, but like within the greater context of Guild Wars 2, that they just like have no relevance whatsoever. But yeah, the heart there was to help out their village by I don't know, doing some fishing or something.
You won't miss it.
This is where we killed a bunch more Skrit. They also have a bunch of shiny stuff we can knock down.
I need some help!
Safe from harm.
Quick, kill it!
Sort of went at a weird angle there because I wanted to make sure I didn't crash into the wall, but I don't think I actually needed to do that. You can get almost all of this heart by interacting with these spider eggs and then just killing all the spiders that spawn out of them. But
I feel furious.
once we've killed all of them, we still need to kill a few enemies. And sometimes, like I have been here and I've just been sitting here at like 90% because some asshole came along and killed all of the enemies, all of the other enemies.
Swift and steady.
This other heart here, we can autocomplete by handing in 20 Hylek armor. That one is a bit annoying to... the Hylek armor is a bit annoying to collect because there's only 6 spawn locations for them. And they don't spawn after you've already completed the heart, like most of the heart items that we'll be handing in. So this is probably like one of the longest stretches of skimmer movement so far in the run, and like it might just be one of the longest at all in the run.
Just a bit of soul.
And like this is definitely noticeably faster than before Visions of Eternity came out. But it's still just like it's saving like in the order of like seconds maybe on a 10-hour run, so like it's not an incredible difference. Again, another go in here and kill everything type of heart. Using my Spear 2, Underwater Spear 2 for mobility there. Because we don't... Our underwater options are a bit more limited in terms of mobility. Like, we don't have Shadow Step. So you kind of got to do what I... use what I have. Okay, so there's usually like a POI or a Vista or something that I miss on the way over here, so like around this section, so I need to make sure I remember to grab it. I think it was this one. Normally I would grab that on the way through, but I forgot, as I usually do. This is one of the longer Griffin glides, and I did not have enough height to get the whole thing in one glide, which is a little unfortunate, but it's too much time. Oh my god, is that the time? Jesus Christ. I need to eat something.
Swift and safe from harm.
Another go in here and kill everything hot. This is also one that sometimes just has like a lot of people around because there's a world boss that spawns like just over there. But they don't usually spend time attacking this, but it can happen. I forgot to grab this waypoint. Grab that waypoint, and then this should be the last heart of the map.
Stay calm and hide. They don't see or hear us. Maybe they'll leave us alone.
Had to take a break. I told you we should have kept going.
There we go.
Your spirit is mine.
And then I guess we will go over to Plains of Ashford. This is the last starter area. This is the one for the Char. Assuming I didn't forget one. Yeah, no, this is the one for the Char. This is also the only starter area that does not have a world boss spawn in it,
Might and glory.
which is something. But yeah, most of the hearts around here are pretty simple. There's actually a fair few that get extremely tedious if there's like even one other person there. The biggest one is probably coming up in like 3 hearts time. But I mean, like, this is one of them. God damn it, I need... Yeah. But yeah, we're going to be fighting a lot of Flame Legion on this map. Yeah. Actually, are we? Flame Legion and Ghosts.
Your phone.
There we go. This is this heart. All of these interactables have like no time, no action,
Contract accepted.
animation speed, animation length, whatever. 0 cast time, I guess. But so we can just go run through and interact with all of them, and then some of them will spawn enemies, and then we just kill those.
One more for the mists.
Alright, so this heart up here is the one that can get annoying if there's anybody around, because there's really just like barely enough stuff to to do the thing. Looks like there's no other players around, but there is. This event sort of is in its completed state, which is not ideal, but it's not the worst. The event's not in a completed state, it was at the almost completed state. Okay, I don't care. You guys taking way too long to say shit.
There is only the judgment of fire.
Let's do this!
And this hut, again, go in there and kill everything. Although these are ghosts, so I don't know if we're technically killing them. We are defeating
You're
them.
in my sights.
We can also break open these wine casks, which, I don't know, helps us for some way. We can also light some torches, but prefer to avoid doing that because they don't really give a whole lot of completion. What we are going to do, we're going to head into the old Duke's estate, the estate of Duke Barradin, which I know is a location in Guild Wars 1. It's actually very fun when I played Guild Wars 1. It's like trying to match up all of the locations with real locations. Is the audio popping for anyone else? Might be. I don't know if that's an issue on my end or not. Let's see. I don't have any frame drops, so I don't really know how to tell if that was on my end or not. I mean, what I can do is... I don't know. Just let me know if anyone else is experiencing that. It's just the game audio, so this is the same problem I was having with Vampire Survivors when I did that run. Yeah, I was having this issue with Vampire Survivors earlier. I suppose what I could do... filter? No. Property... no? Maybe it is filters. Oh. Okay, never mind. Yeah, this is actually a different source than that, so I can try just mute it and unmute it real quick and see if that does anything. Yeah, if it's just the game audio, then it's probably on my end, but when this happened with Vampire Survivors, it did just kind of like fix itself. So, hang on, I forgot a POI. Oh, waypoint. So it might just rectify itself shortly. Could just be like a internet issue. But if it's not, then I don't know.
Might and glory.
I don't really know how to troubleshoot audio issues like at all. Actually, what I can do, I remember. No. Settings, audio, output, audio bitrate. See if that helps at all. But it might just clear itself up shortly. I have all the hero points on this map. So we just did like 4 hearts while I was talking, but there's nothing really particularly interesting in most of them. It's just kill a bunch of stuff. This next heart though, there is a very, very small chance that this thing is active. Looks like it's not. Sometimes this arena thing here is active, and you can just kill the enemies it spawns at you for heart completion, but it is like barely ever active. So instead, we have to talk to you, and we are going to. This is not going to work. Hang on, I need another one to appear. We're going to attack one of these mowers until it falls below 50% health, and then we're going to throw net shots at it, and that gives us heart completion. So what we're supposed to be doing is we're meant to be going over in that direction and doing this to minotaurs and drakes, and once you hit them they will get captured and be transported into the fighting pit. But we can just do it with these mowers and we still get the heart completion as if we had captured something, but it doesn't get captured, so we can just sit here spamming baiting it around. We probably don't want to just like let it attack us, because we will eventually die if that happens, but we also don't want to let it reset. So just kiting it around slightly. We have health regen from Halloween Gobbler.
Swift and steady.
Alright. That's a bit of a slow heart, but that's kind of just how long it takes. Like the fast way of doing it is like so rare that it happens. Oops, I still have the rifle equipped. There's another that is just go in here and kill everything. One thing to note is if we pick up one of these Ascalonian hammers, that'll spawn an enemy for us. So we would... But unfortunately we can only spawn one enemy per hammer. We can't just keep picking up and dropping the hammer.
Your end is nigh.
A bit unlucky here, I guess. Not quite enough enemies to get us to finish the heart. But... is there any in here? No, these are freaking cave trolls. Alright. Back over here. Has that audio issue fixed itself yet, or no? I just missed a POI I was supposed to get. This hut is basically there's this forest that's filled with. Sounds better now? Okay, cool. This hut, basically this forest is filled with ghosts and spiders and Grawl, and we need to destroy them, but we can actually get away with basically just killing a bunch of spiders, because we can spawn a bunch of them using these spider egg sacs, and we can use animation cancelling to get a bunch of them at once. And then we just gotta do that.
Your spirit is mine.
A tiny bit unlucky there, but there we go. Gotta make sure we get close enough to the left here. That is the statue of Batazar, aka the statue of Balthazar, which is right at the entrance to this area in Guild Wars 1.
Might and glory. You're in my sights.
There we go. Killed a bunch of harpies. God damn it, I didn't pull up fast enough there. Lost a bunch of speed. I am just losing a bunch of time today to just mount mishaps, which is a bit unfortunate, but I think my estimate's like reasonably generous, but I think there's still a decent chance I go slightly over time. I mean, we're like, what, 3 hours in now? Actually, we're like 5 hours in, aren't we? Jesus Christ. Not what I wanted to happen. How are we done? 56% completion. And like a decent chunk of what we have left is part of ore. I think we're on okay pace. I don't think we're gonna go like too far over estimate if it comes to it.
Your spirit is mine.
This is a little awkward. There are no ghosts here, probably because of this guy, Drumlulon.
Your end is nigh. Had enough now.
Wait, I didn't get that waypoint? What? That's embarrassing. I don't think it was on the PC end. The same thing happened to me during Vampire Survivors. I don't really know what it was, but the game audio specifically just started going weird.
Safe from harm.
I upped the audio bitrate on my stream, but
Might and glory.
I don't know if like that actually helped in any way, because it didn't seem to do much when I did it for Vampire Survivors, but I don't know, maybe.
Who's next? Your end is nigh.
These are the ogres. We haven't run into any ogres yet, but the ogres' big thing is they have pets. That's like basically the only interesting thing about them. They like are all beastmasters, and like every single ogre in the game has at least one pet that they just kind of hang around with, that they will like spawn with. So this is, there we go. So there's an event that starts in this area, and you're typically only supposed to be able to get in there
Contract complete.
while the event is active. And if we try and find there, otherwise it'll teleport us out. But we do have just enough time to get the POI before the event. Before we get kicked out to grab the POI. I'm gonna go over here real quick and grab this waypoint so we can come back to it later. This is actually one of the situations where we do not want the event to be active. If the event for this area is active, it applies this effect to all of the scale, because what you're supposed to do for the event is tag them with the thing when they're low HP, so it applies this effect that like stops them from dying too quickly. And it'll just make them go invincible, but we don't want to do that event because it's kind of slow. So we want to just kill a bunch of these scale, and unfortunately, you can't do that if the event's up. But thankfully the event's not up, so we don't have to deal with that.
Target marked.
These are the separatists. They're basically bandits, like in terms of like enemy types, but specifically what they are is they are Crichton humans who are
You won't miss it.
opposed to the treaty with the Char, and are therefore trying to like separate from trying to oppose that, and you know, separatists. Functionally they're just like identical to bandits, but this is the heart where we throw grenades at stuff. Well, actually this is one of the hearts where you throw grenades and stuff. This guy gives us some experimental grenades, throw them at these target dummies and get some completion out of it. We can also interact with these malfunctioning equipment. This should be the end of the map here once we finish this part. And it is. Sick. And we got another key. Awesome. We're going to go straight into Blaze Ridge Steps. So this is where we will see the Branded for the first time. The Branded are the... well... just a bit of backstory. When the Elder Dragon Kralkatorrik awoke, he flew up from his lair in the Blader's path and left this giant scar called the Brand. and all of the enemies in that area, well, most of the enemies in that area are going to be branded, which are the minions of Kralkatorrik. So for example, what we're going to do here is we're going to take this flamethrower and clear out the inside of this wall from branded devourer nests.
My pain is easy.
And get a pretty decent chunk of heart completion here, but we got to do it on the other side to properly finish the heart. Also, there's an event active here, but it doesn't really matter. It's not really faster to do the event here, and then we can abuse Shadow Step to just teleport straight out of the out of that instead of trying to fight our way out. Then this heart here is weirdly annoying. There's just like a bunch of like random invisible geometry around in this area that will just like stop you from attacking things. So like if I try and throw this at this thing, it'll get blocked, and like all of my bullets are getting blocked because it's just like a random hitbox there that is blocking my bullets for some reason. So I kind of really have to be careful around there. But the idea behind this heart here is there are ghosts and they're branded, and we're trying to turn them against each other by throwing these branded crystals at the ghosts, or picking up these Ascalonian weapons and throwing them at the branded. But we can also just kill a bunch of them ourselves and get the heart that way. So that's what we're going to do. Once... no way that rock was actually in the way. Okay, there we go. Frickin' tiny little tree blocking me there. This game is always like this, I swear to God. You just get like completely momentum halted by like non-existent fucking twigs. This is a separatist camp. They have like... Usually the fastest way to do this is destroy their cannons here, but we need to head into the middle there to grab the POI. Cannons and the trebuchet, of course. Once the game decides to let me actually attack things.
You're vulnerable.
Did we finish it? We did. Okay, cool. I think we were very close to not finishing that. This is a bit of a tricky beetle thing here. We want to rub our backs against that so then we can go through there. I did not do that optimally, but there you have it. This hut here, we want to catch these drakes, and the way we apparently do that is by luring them with fish. So we run up to them, offer them a fish, and they start following us. We do have another option, but we do have a second way to offer them fish, but it doesn't usually work most of the time. So we're just like not even going to bother trying, and then we just walk them into this area here filled with nets, and I guess they just capture themselves. But we do, if you take too long to bring them back in, they do just kind of wander off, so you can't capture too many of them at once. But should almost get us. I'll grab another one just to be sure. There we go. And this is the heart where we kill a bunch of ogres, and this event is up, which is insane. I'm getting so many events up that like I rarely ever see in this run. This event doesn't actually help us that much, but it is still just like a little faster. Yeah, of course my freaking thing on cooldown. Why wouldn't it be? But yeah, basically all we have to do around here is kill a bunch of ogres. There's also, this is one of the slower ways to do it, but we can just talk to these guys, and they're arguing because they're Char and humans, and there are, you know, tensions. But we just say like literally anything to any of them, and they're like, oh yeah, cool, we're friends now. Getting this freaking getting in combat at the most annoying times here. What? Where am I going? Here. It'd be so nice to be able to do a jackal jump here to the next heart, but unfortunately we've got to go slightly out of our way to get that waypoint.
Target marked. One more for the mists.
We're not killing enemies in one hit anymore, which is a bit upsetting. Now that we're out of the sort of starter areas, we actually have to put a bit more effort into killing enemies, which is like a tiny bit upsetting. But actually, what I can do is take one of these. That's an attack booster. It gives me 5% boost in damage, outgoing damage for an hour, which is not like a amazingly impactful amount, but I mean it's nice, I guess. The main thing is we need to remember to use it, when we need it. I ran past it. So the story behind this heart here is this guy is there's this tribe of Grawl here who are worshipping this giant branded chunk here. Of course we don't want them to do that because that's like dragon stuff. So what we're gonna do is we're trying to get them to worship the crow instead. And the way to do that is to transform ourselves into a crow and then just like break a bunch of their stuff. So unfortunately we now have to fight stuff in a transformed state, which is something we really try to avoid. But thankfully the transformed crow actually has like decent-ish combat. Specifically this wind blast here throws out 3 sort of blasts, and if we can hit an enemy with all 3 of them, they basically just die instantly. Using the position rewinder again here, just to give us something that, well, if we land all 3 hits and they crit, or at least we get, I think we maybe need 2 crits, but yeah, we're using the position rewinder here to just enable us to do animation cancels, because otherwise we don't have a way to swap weapons. Oh my god, I might have...
Smash them!
Alrighty. Now we just gotta get out of here real quick. Wish we got blinded, which still puts us in combat. This next heart is to quote-unquote solve the mystery of these ruins. We can also just do it by... the idea is we want to touch all these stones in the correct order. We can also just like kill a bunch of enemies, but this is slightly faster this way. Oh wait, wait, what? Ah, this one. Then this one. Wait, hang on, did I? Why am I not getting heart completion out of this? I feel like I really should be. Should I get it all at the end, maybe? Huh.
Swift safe from you.
Ah, it's because I apparently didn't touch the first one, and now, okay, you know what? This is still faster. This is why reading sometimes helps. Okay, now I'm getting the heart completion that I'm supposed to be getting. Thought that was weird. Oops. Talk that again. Okay. And then that spawns this guy, and then we kill this guy, and that finishes the heart for us. Once he stops frickin' reflecting projectiles back at us. Okay, that was dumb. I'm gonna clear out my inventory again, I think. I want to grab this. And this heart, just dealing with a bunch of scrit. They've like stolen weapons or stuff from this fort over here, so we just gotta go in there and kill everyone again.
Watch yourself in there. I think you've already set defenses.
You're on your own.
Ready for more. Contract, just a bit of your soul. You won't miss it.
Alrighty, once I am out of combat, I can head over to the next heart, which is over here. For some reason there's an Inquest base here. This has like never once been relevant in like the entire history of the game.
Ready for more.
Actually, I think maybe there's like some... Actually, no, I don't think this is relevant at any point in the game. This is just, I don't know, they had a spot and they needed to put some enemies there, so like, let's put some Inquest there.
Just a bit of your soul. You won't miss it.
Yeah, let's just go in here and kill everything. Get a decent amount of completion by destroying all these equipment. Just another bit of a fun Griffin Glide coming up. As long as I don't go too low and crash into the ground, which is fine. avoid that reality rift. Go along here to grab this, and then over here. And straight into this hard here.
Might. My pain is easy.
Click, click, boom.
Yeah, not a whole lot going on here. We just, once again, I did not mean to do that. I kind of assumed that my shadow set was off cooldown, but it was still putting me back on the back to the original spot. But once again, we're just going in here, killing everything.
You're in my sights.
Typical fair at this point. Why is my thing on cooldown? There we go. Another Griffin Glide. I used to try and like fly through these trees here to get to this, but then I realized you can just follow the path, and it's a lot easier because you don't have to worry about getting screwed over by trees. This hut here, these ogres are like all incompetent or something, so we need to train them to fight. Because I know these are good ogres or something. We need to train their pets. Basically, you can tell which option you need to pick by what it's doing. If it looks frightened, you offer it a treat. If it's loafing around, you kick dirt at it. And if it's staring blankly, then you threaten it. That's that hut done real quick. Better go through here. Grab that waypoint. This is the... Coming up next is this hut that someone mentioned earlier as the one that everyone hates. I walked past the entrance. But we're just going to cheese the hell out of it. So what we're supposed to do is these guys are training. These are the Ash Legion, which are like the Char Spy Corps. We're meant to be doing this like training thing where we try and sneak through here undetected, but we're actually just going to set a hang on, we're going to set a position rewinder, and then oh wait, hang on, that didn't work. That's not what I wanted to do. Need to go back there. Set a position rewinder and then just teleport to it, and that gives us 20% completion automatically. And then while the position rewind is on cooldown, we can use our teleport. So this is something that looks like that I haven't used yet, but essentially it puts a portal down that we can travel through more or less freely. We can get 2 uses out of it. We have enough time to... It only lasts 10 seconds, but we can get enough uses out of it. And then for the last one, we actually have another portal, which is... where is it? This one. This is Thief Skill Shadow Portal. And there we go. That's how you do this heart without ever having to actually like do the heart. If you have the prototype position rewinder, then you can do it like very easily. it might just be a bit slow. The portal and the other portal just help it out a little bit. If you're playing Mesmer, you can just use Mesmer portals.
You're in my sights.
Straight into this next hut, which is kill a bunch of bandits. Or separatists.
Safe from harm.
And then once we're doing that, we can also pick up some explosives for the last bit of completion. And there we go. And this will be the last heart for us here. We want to just kill a bunch of stuff. Yeah, not really a whole lot to talk about here. Just up here used to be a pretty prime AFK farming spot that you'd see people at occasionally, but ANET some time ago basically murdered AFK farming as a technique, which is, well, AFK farming as a strat. We got another key. Sick. So you don't see the AFK farmers that much anymore. I mean, you'll still see them occasionally for the people who are really dedicated. I over freaking encumbered. Okay, you know what? We're going to just clear this out because this is annoying me. This is probably one of my least favorite hearts in the game. This one here. Unless the event is up, which it is not. So basically what we have to do is we have to guide these ghosts back to their bodies because they've been like forced out because it's like a haunted forest. And it's just like, it's just slow. So we kind of speed it up by trying to do like multiple ones at once. But it's still just like not a particularly speedy endeavor. If the event was up, well, there would also be some enemies that we can kill to get the completion, but unfortunately they just like do not exist unless the event is up. Which is the zone with the pirates? So the one now where Balthazar goes high in the sky with the sky march. You're probably talking about
Your spirit
wait.
is mine.
Someone. I have no idea what you're talking about.
You're in my sights.
AFK farmers. Yeah, yeah, no, there's AFK farmers in the, one of the most typical spots you'll see them is in Domain of Istan, up in the, area around, near the pirates, in the sort of, cave just near the entrance. Yeah, you'll see those a fair bit. But yeah, I think the Living World maps are probably the ones that, especially Living World 4 maps typically have a lot more AFK farmers because you get a lot more out of being AFK on those maps, because of the karma retribution thingos that give you extra karma for killing enemies. So that was finally that heart done. Yeah, you don't see them that much anymore, but we might actually still see a few when we visit Bloodtide Coast. There's a pretty popular AFK farming spot that you might see around there, but we'll have to see. It's actually a bit annoying if that is up, because they kind of scale up the heart, or scale up some of the enemies that spawn, but it's interesting. Normally there are more enemies around here. Okay, well...
What's wrong, Ice? Thought you wanted to settle the scores.
Your spirit is mine.
Gave it my all.
Alright. Into the next hut. In this hut, these guys are trying to knock down the wall of Ascalon. But the ghosts are not having it. So basically what they do is... every time we knock a chunk out of the wall, they'll... like... these peasants will rock up and start trying to put the rocks back. But what we're going to do, so what we have to do is pick up the chunks and throw them into the water, because I guess ghosts can't swim or something. Not 100% sure how that works, but...
You won't miss it.
And of course you're freaking invulnerable for like no reason. But yeah, if we just pick up, never mind, the freaking chunk of wall just decided no. But yeah, that's what we do. We pick them up, throw in the water, we get some heart completion out of it, then go back to the cannon and throw in some more. Hope the run is going well. It is going okay. I've gotten some pretty good luck, and I've also just played kind of really badly. So, you know, it's mixed. Also, one of the things we can do is we fire the same cannon twice, just to make sure that all the chunks of the wall show up in the same spot. Which is minor optimization, because the cannonballs spawn next to each cannon, but we can just take one of the cannons from the other cannonballs from the other one. That should do it. This is the Searing Cauldron from Guild Wars 1. The same one that basically destroyed the wall of Ascalon. The nuke of the magic nuke kitties. It's kind of just like sitting there. If you listen to the NPC dialogue there, it's pretty funny, because like there's a human and a char, and the human is just like, no, we need to preserve it, and the char is like, what the fuck, you should hate this thing. And then there's a bunch of claymation over here, so we are going to
Click, click, boom.
kill a bunch of flame legion.
Who's next?
Again, not really a whole lot else to do here other than just kill a bunch of stuff. There is a vista that we will need to get up in this sort of like upper area here, and I'm gonna grab it now because we also need to mount up. We want to make sure that we're not in combat, that we can kill everything around it and get the heart completion from that. I don't know why I'm still in combat. There we go. Oh, no. This is Old Python Square. Great sword. So what we're trying to do here is put all these weapons back with the back with who they belong to. So each tomb has like a short description of them, and we can read. It's this one? No, this one. We can read the description and kind of just figure out what their weapon is. So this one belongs to you. This is a torch, which I believe is you. Never mind, it's not you. Well, whatever, it should be you.
Hey, over here.
So that guy made a mistake, and therefore the enemy, the ghost spawned. Old rusty warhammer, and that belongs to this guy. I probably should have done a jackal jump there instead of a what's it? But roller beetle. But our aim here is to pick up a bunch of these devourer eggs. Once we have enough, we can hand them into the NPC. We do need quite a few of them. One of the fastest way to get a bunch to spawn is by destroying these devourer nests, but the downside of that is that it makes the queen angry. But we just gotta kind of
I may not survive. I will need more endurance.
oh my god, I did not mean to do that. Kind of just gotta wait it out, but I mean, if we're being if we want to be super fast, we can just try and grab it. We also get some for for killing these hatchlings. Get some eggs dropped for defeating the hatchlings.
Death stalks me.
Yeah, this is. I think what I'll do is I'll just. Alright, that should be enough. I don't actually know the exact amount you need for this. It is not enough. I don't actually know the exact amount you need for this. I kind of just do this entirely by vibes, but clearly
The Legion calls.
my vibes were not correct. God damn it. Ruined my Griffin glide there because I ran into the spiky bits coming out of that building. Alright, another heart. This is another area that we can
Life is
abuse Condi damage. So when we when we motivate these prisoners, quote unquote, they will sometimes go get angry at us, and then if we hit them with a bunch of poison, we can get a bunch of free. Oh my god. A bunch of free completion out of this. And this heart's like pretty slow if we don't do this, so
Your end is nigh.
unfortunately all my poisons are on cooldown there, so
That could have gone
don't get as much damage out of that as I would have liked. Anyway, so what we're supposed to be doing is picking up this Scourge Jaw ore and throwing it into the smelting furnace. It is kind of a little bit tricky to click on the thing that we want to pick up and not the thing that makes the thing that we need to pick up. But this should be relatively quick. Good. Okay, hang on. This should no.
Okay, fine. You win.
Oh my god. This is really annoying because I keep freaking clicking on the ore, which makes me mine it instead of the thing, and when I try and cancel the animation, I can't do anything else. Okay, you.
Get this one. I yield.
Okay, that should hopefully be enough.
Over here.
What? What? Did I not get any out of that? Are you freaking kidding me? What? God, I hate this heart. And this isn't even the worst heart in the game. The worst heart in the game is way worse than this.
That could have gone better. That could have gone better.
Oh my god, I'm not trying to click on this freaking...
That could have gone better.
You. No.
I'm wilting. Need more endurance.
Trying to pick up the frickin' thing, but it is impossible to click on these things. Okay. There we go. Okay, that's very annoying heart. Normally I don't struggle that much with it, but that's how it is today, I guess. This is also an annoying heart. So what we're supposed to do is go into the woods over there and destroy these Flame Legion shrines, but if we destroy all of them, then that doesn't complete the heart for us, so instead we want to just wait over here until the enemies that they spawn show up. Because otherwise this heart's pretty slow, but it doesn't really seem like they're spawning any enemies, which is... That could have gone better audio.
Swift and
Time better, yeah, that definitely could have gone better. They don't seem to be spawning enemies, so we're just gonna go around and start killing these things.
You're in my click, click, boom.
that's valuable.
There's not really a lot else we can do.
Contract complete.
The only other thing we have really any access to for this heart is going into here and destroying the stuff in here. But, actually, these supply cards are just like, the hitboxes on them are just really awful. So like, this spot that the character aims at when we try and use rifles is just like not, doesn't hit the thing. So like you can see I can attack it and they're just missing. So we kind of got to get a tiny bit creative to actually hit it. That still doesn't work. Oh my god, are you serious? Oh my god, I hate this. I hate this so much. Okay, hang on. No, also just getting some visual glitches there. Seriously, why is this so dumb? Okay, there you go. Now it's dead. And then hopefully by now, a few of these things should have respawned. I don't even think we got like any noticeable amount of completion out of it, but we're probably still not even losing time because there's just nothing else we can do. Grab that waypoint, grab this vista here, overshot it by a tiny bit, that's unfortunate. This event is not up, which is also unfortunate, but it doesn't matter that much. There's an event up here that can happen here where a bunch of flame regions show up, but it's actually killing them does not actually give you that much completion. So what instead we're going to do is we're going to set up, just do basically all the interactables around here. These weapon parts give us like a huge amount of completion. And there's also these landmines we can disarm, and there should be some war banners. There we go.
We took the Flame Legion base.
And there's another heart up here. Actually, I've probably gone a bit too far. I need to actually take my time and kill a bunch of these enemies. But our aim is to just sort of work our way up this stretch here and kill a bunch of
Just a bit of your
Flame Legion on the way.
Target marked.
Dude, we can hit these ones just fine. It's just that static one, which like it has a really like malformed hitbox or something. Right. And then into this next heart. This heart, all we're going to do is just destroy a bunch of branded.
Swift and steady.
Kind of have a largish area to do it, but we need to go in here to grab this POI anyway, and there just happens to be a bunch of enemies around here.
You're vulnerable. Had enough? Target marked. I'm bleeding.
Go. Back here. Ooh. This is a pretty long roller beetle section. If I can do this properly, then I can get this waypoint up here by just going along. Almost perfect.
Safe from harm.
Big stretch, yep. And then where do I want to go? I want to go over here. Yeah, that I can just scrape the side of that waypoint by rolling up the side of that that sort of overhang. Alright, I'll grab this waypoint, then this vista, and then we're gonna jump over. Oh, nah. And we're gonna jump over into this heart. Doesn't look like the event is up, which is upsetting, but it doesn't matter. Never mind, it literally just spawned. Oh, yeah, never mind, I think it was up, it was just too far away. This guy spawns a bunch of things. We actually don't care about fighting him, but we can fight his minions and get some completion out of that.
Contract accepted.
I have all the hero points on this map. Into this next heart,
Click, click, boom.
which is go in here and kill everything. Which is everyone's favorite heart activity. We should try and do a count of like how many enemies we kill during this run, because it'll be mildly interesting to know.
My pain is easy.
Alrighty, almost done with this map. We just have one one waypoint, I think, over here, and then the vista, and that should be it. Once I actually get the waypoint. Alright, where to next? Let's go to... Let's go do Lorna's Pass, I think. Ugh. It is really warm here today, so I need to turn my frickin' fan on. Alright, Lorna's Pass. This is one of the more annoying maps in the game. You see it has 43 POIs, which is like far and away the most out of any map in Central Tyria. And just like structurally the map is basically just this really long thin stretch. But it's like just wide enough that you kind of have to go back and forth in it, and it's just annoying.
Welcome, young one.
What we're gonna do here is help out at the bar. Two ways we can do that, or there's a couple ways we can do that, but first is giving people what they want, and then the other one is you. Other one is fighting rowdy patrons. So all of the same ordering patrons will always be asking for the same thing. They'll either be asking for meat or beer, but the ones that want meat will always want meat, and the ones that want beer will always want beer. Other thing we can do is pour water on these passed out drunks.
I can't drink this watered down
Your end,
foam.
your spirit is mine.
You. And the final thing, after we give you a beer, we're going to mend these fences. That should hopefully give us just enough to complete the heart. Otherwise I can actually, if I can snipe that Arctidus down there. Yep.
Ready for
There
more.
we go. Again, just gotta make sure we're not accidentally stepping out of the heart area. These are Scrit Caves. Gonna kill a bunch of Scrit.
Might your phone.
Same as usual. We don't actually have to go very far into this sort of cave system because the only thing that we would care about further in is the hero point, but we already have the hero point, so we can kind of just stick to these outer areas here.
Click, click, boom.
Quick, kill him!
Brent, I'm hit.
There we go. But we are not done fighting Scrit yet. This next heart is also dealing with Scrit and like other rat things, specifically actual literal rats. But
My crew is on the verge of
I'm gonna go through here, disarm all these Scrit made traps, quick detour to grab this waypoint, and then activate a few more. Try to disarm a few more. But these guys are apparently just like really bad at organizing their shit, so we get a bunch of heart completion for putting picks back in the tool racks. I also just got a bunch for killing a bunch of rats that were just around the place. I kind of just killed like a stack at once because AoE. Oh my god, are you freaking kidding me, man? There we go. God. Bit of a tricky glide here, and we're fine. We can just go up here. Dealing with some more Grawl. These Grawl like stolen a bunch of stuff from the Priory. The Priory is... they're like this institute of like scholars trying to combat the Elder Dragons by learning history or whatever. They were one of the sort of 3 orders of Tyria, the other 2 being the Order of Whispers and the Vigil. We actually saw the Vigil earlier in Gandharan Fields. We kind of just passed through their fortress, but they don't have a lot going on. But yeah, all we're doing now is the Priory headquarters are actually in Norna's Pass. We'll be seeing it later.
I'm new.
So there is a very small chance that I can do this glide. Never mind, I didn't even get it close to correct, but this POI in here, I think it is technically possible to grab it in a glide, but like I've never seen it. I've never been able to do it, I don't think. Maybe once. But all right. Running past a bunch of dredge here. There is a hero point here, but there's no heart, so we don't have to do anything with them. If we wanted to get this hero point, we might have to fight a few of them, but luckily we don't have to do that. And then we're going straight past another hero point over here. Over to this vista. Glide over here. Grab this waypoint and then straight into this heart. More, go in there and kill everything. What we actually can do, it's not like strictly faster either way, but we've got to go in here to get a POI anyway. And while we're in here we can just destroy a bunch of spider nests and kill the spiders that come out of them. I want to actually grab this POI, I kind of just shadow stepped past it twice there. You. And this is a kind of annoying glide because I need to go kind of close to this to get the POI. I missed it. So try that again. And then I went too low that time. That was a bit of an annoying glide, but we messed it up twice, which is upsetting.
Glory. You're vulnerable.
But more dredge. Again, go in here and kill everything. We can also grab these documents, which we don't get anything for picking them up directly, but if we have any completion left at the end, we can hand them into the NPC.
I don't have enough energy.
Which I actually might not have enough documents here. This could be a little awkward.
May the shadows embrace you.
Okay, we're fine. And then these are the steam creatures, which are, I don't know, this kind of enemy faction that are just like never relevant at any point. They're not really explained by anything, but they're just sort of like there. At least as far as I'm aware anyway. We need to go down here to grab this POI here. Making use of the prototype position rewinder again. And then nice long roll all the way over to the Priory. Ah, damn it. I wanted to boost up to use that rock as a ramp, but I think I missed the angle. I actually don't want to use the position rewinder there. I want to use it here.
What the world has taken away from you, Jormag's blessings will return.
One more glide here. Getting this without dismounting is kind of tricky. I didn't get it that time. I don't even think it's actually possible because that was like the closest, the closest I've ever gotten it. But it's fine. We need to get a reboot on our glide anyway.
Target marked.
Alright, so for this hut we are supposed to just kill a bunch of worms and also help feed these Dolyaks. So that's what we're gonna do. And I am going to have a snack, so I'm gonna mute myself while I do that.
Click, click, boom.
Cascade Bridge has been destroyed!
Your end is nigh.
I'm out of endurance.
Make your request.
something wrong with that imp.
Contract accepted. I knew.
Destroy that thing! It's ruined my research! It must be annihilated!
Lorna's Pass, yep, that is this map. It's not really just a whole lot going on, kind of just this giant pile of scrap here is the clockwork. I can't remember what it was called. It's the thing from Living World Season 1. We actually got slightly lucky here. Okay, we didn't actually get that lucky. We got the very end of this event, which gave us absolutely nothing. But if that event had like just started when we got here, we could have killed all the enemies and completed the heart that way. But now we gotta go over here and just like struggle to find enemies to kill. Which is not ideal. So yeah, they stopped doing name time events after Season 1. Yeah, well, I think it's partly just because, like, the way they were doing Season 1 was just, like, completely unsustainable. Because, like, the way they were trying to do it was, like, have, like, major game content updates every 2 weeks, which is ambitious. And then yeah, it did result in a lot of things that are only available for a set amount of time. And also resulted in some updates just being completely nothing. Like the infamous repairing signs one. I mean, you can actually replay it now. They reintroduced Season 1. They reintroduced Season 1 as like playable story last year before, maybe the year before that even. It's been playable for a while now.
My pain is easy.
But it is still like when you used to sit down and play it like all at once. It is kind of just not very good. Yeah, it is missing the South Sun part. You can actually redo part of the South Sun part. You can do the Canuck fight at the Pool of Memories. But normally we'd like to just cruise over that bridge there, but it's been taken out, which is unfortunate. Yeah, you can redo the Canuck fight at Aurene, but yeah, you don't really have any context for it. Alright. One more POI. Luckily that one is easy to get than the other one. Canuck is a cool character. What? Come on, man. There we go, Jesus Christ. Now, I need to fly around this outcropping here because there's just this random invisible wall that extends up above it. Yeah, Canuck is a cool character. He seems to be playing a much more major role in the new expansion, which is cool.
Target marked.
But yeah, I think, like the South Sun Cove story is actually like pretty core to like Canuck's story as a character. Like sort of what happens there and why he's serving in East in season 3 and so on.
Just a bit of your soul. You won't miss it.
It is upsetting that you don't get to see any of it. Yeah, so coming up this hut here, if the event is in a completed space, in a completed state, it is way harder. But thankfully the event is almost completed, but not quite completed, which is good.
Contract accepted.
But it does mean that this guy is just walking around, and that is kind of annoying, because we don't actually have any ability to fight him.
Let's bury him.
We need to go out here and grab this POI. Annoyingly, we can't mount up on the way back, which is upsetting. Normally what I would do is jackal jump over that waypoint from up here and then prototype position rewind it back, but kind of had to we were kind of pushed into a corner by the fact that this frickin' arsehole is just attacking us. Oh my god, not you. Fucking, you guys. Oh my god, this is really annoying. Let's see. What can I do? Okay, we'll kill you. That should finish the heart for us. Now we just gotta wait until we're out of combat so we can grab that vista. This is still like faster than if this event wasn't up, but this is probably the second worst outcome, or second worst state the event could be in, especially because there's no one else around. If there was like other people doing the event, we could use them as meat shields. This is another Etten hut. Again, we're just like not gonna fight them. Well, we're gonna avoid fighting them. We'll probably kill a few, but there's some pretty funny voice lines here as well. Like, it's just
This is becoming ridiculous.
when you do the thing, is like that Etten stuff. You no touch. There you go.
Thanks. Time to get rid of this stupid suit. It seems I'll have to fight my way out.
My inventory is full. Why is my inventory filling up so much? This is bullshit, man. Okay, well, that's that hut done. We overshot this POI a little bit. That's annoying. I just wasted that height from the glide. This vista over here.
Swift and steady.
You should just have this one heart and associated POIs to go. And here we are just killing a bunch of Jotun.
Contract accepted.
Let's see.
Your spirit is mine.
Alright, cool. Oh yeah, POI. And straight into the next map, which is Timberline Falls. And we got another key. Man, we're doing really well on keys. Oh, we've got 6 already. Jesus. Alright, what are we doing here?
Might and
Pick beer
glory.
kegs from the drunken skrit. Sure, we can do that.
Yes.
Your spirit is mine.
Also just gonna try and do...
Had enough?
Where are all these skrit coming from? Oh my god. You. Go back to work. And then...
Your spirit is mine.
Alright, well that was interesting. I don't know if that was faster than if that event wasn't up. But... whatever. This is a kind of fun heart to complete. We have a very specific route through it. So we're going to talk to Exterminator Naf. We're going to get him to give us some insect spray to deal with these spiders. We're going to fly up here. Gonna line ourselves up hopefully precisely enough to get all of these spider eggs in one hit, which we did not, which is a bit upsetting. But where'd they go? They're supposed to spawn. Okay, well, that was supposed to spawn some spiders, but it's fine. We will go over here to grab this POI. Come back. Talk to Exterminator Naf again. Come back up here. And then right now they respawn. There we go, that was all of them.
I feel fury.
But because we didn't get the spawns earlier, we kind of got to go a little bit out of our way, but we just got to kill these spiders, I think.
Click, click, boom.
There is also an event up here that can occur that gives us some completion, but doesn't seem like we got it. This is I help out around this
Who's next?
this little fortress outpost encampment thing by just killing stuff around the place. There's actually one spot we can go. If we go in here, there's like a million Grawl in here for some reason, so we can get
My spirit endures.
actually,
Target
if
marked.
we kill this rabbit here, it'll spawn an enemy, but there we go. We're just gonna leave that there. Someone else can deal with it. Do we have all the hero points on this map? We do. Right. This heart can sometimes be a bit slow. It looks like the event's up, which means it'll probably get it relatively quickly. But maybe not as quickly as I would perhaps like.
There's another excavation site. Build it.
There we go. Yeah, these are the Risen. I didn't explain these earlier, but we have fought them earlier before. They are minions of the Elder Dragon Zaitan, who is the dragon of death and shadows. And they're just zombies. That's what they are. This is another heart where there's just like barely enough stuff to get completion off of, so it is pretty convenient when there's no one here. Otherwise we kind of just gotta hang around waiting for stuff to respawn, which is obviously kind of slow.
Target marked.
No line of sight. Yeah. Freaking tiny ass branch apparently completely blinding me to this enemy.
Target marked.
Alright, cool. That was pretty fast. Or faster than it would normally be. For some reason... Oh my god, I didn't get this frickin'... yeah, for some reason there's a no mount zone around this this base here, and I still have absolutely no idea why. Like, there is nothing going on in here that warrants it being a no mount zone, but like, sometimes there's an event where you're like locked out of the citadel, and I guess the no mount zone is there to stop you from just jumping over, but like, it really doesn't do a very good job at it. POI here, waypoint here. back over here.
Swift and steady.
Then killing a bunch of crates. Always a good fun time activity.
Click, click, boom.
One of the other things we could do if we were desperate is pick up these Quaggan treasures and take them over to the Quaggan over there, but we can only pick up one at a time and it is horribly slow, so it is by no means ever worth doing that.
One more for the
There's more than enough enemies around here. I think this is probably one of the few hearts where it just like almost does not matter if there's if there's other people here.
You're in my sights.
We got the BOI here. I actually have no idea if this is doable. I just tried to YOLO some stuff there with the new skim attack, new skimmer abilities, but I guess it didn't really work out.
Safe from harm.
Wait, hang on. I want to griffin this.
Where sky meets sea, I summon maelstroms to destroy our enemies.
This is Crab Island. There's an event going on here where there's too many crabs on Crab Island. What is it? Curiel Rock. But I don't know, there's just this one, like, random bit of island on the river where there's too many crabs for some reason. There's nothing else really going on there. There's a hero point, but obviously we don't need to do it.
I feel furious.
All we're doing around here is just killing a bunch of wildlife. For some reason the worms over there are just like way under-leveled for the level scaling in this area, so you can see their level number is like slightly green. That's because they are lower level than us, which is something you really do not see very often in this game because of how level scaling works. Alright, now we gotta do this hut. All we gotta do for this hut is activate all these torches and all these Etten traps. I was supposed to get that waypoint back there, but it's fine. Now we're in combat, which is upsetting, but I would have liked to do a jackal jump to get back to that waypoint, but alright, this hut, going more Skrit. Unfortunately, Skrit are not in the hostile state, which is a bit upsetting. Normally, it's very common that these Skrit are hostile because of whatever event is going on, but doesn't look like that's the case, so we actually have to get our heart completion elsewhere. Thankfully, we actually do have some options. For one, there's these Skrit over here, but there's also There's also some spiders in the cave just beyond this script, which I'm pretty sure should give us completion.
Contract accepted.
Assuming we don't just straight up get it off these ones. Alright, well, whatever. This is completely the wrong direction. I want to go this way. These are the spiders I was talking about. These are some more Grawl. In this situation, the Grawl in question are being manipulated by some guy up in this this giant lair here. They're calling the Almighty Ooh. We actually probably want to go back to the oh, it's the Almighty Ooh. I might be thinking of a different Grawl.
Your spirit is mine.
My spirit endures.
I don't need to be reviving these guys. What am I doing? What I want to be doing is destroying these. Maybe we can probably just kill a few more over here.
Smash them!
And then hopefully this doesn't usually work, but sometimes it does. Okay, there we go, we actually did manage to do that. Sometimes there's like a force field there that will like bounce you back, but I don't think that's even like strictly faster than going through the going in the normal way, but I don't know, it's funny.
Your spirit is mine.
More dredge. These dredge are currently in the midst of delving too greedily and too deep. So, for example, if we interact with a borehole, they start getting destroyers. So we gotta kill them all before they kill everyone else. Looks like the event is not active here, but if it is, we
You're in my sights.
I mean, it doesn't really make that much of a difference if the event's active, I'm gonna be honest, but
Just a bit of your soul.
there's a few more
Walk
enemies.
the city.
There's also more destroyers. Actually, we might be a little bit. Normally, if the event was out, we probably would have finished the heart by now, but
Your end is nigh.
we still have to. We're still sort of just traveling on the path that we need to be going along anyway, so we're not losing too much time. But
Safe from harm. New lands, new opportunities.
alright, almost done with this map. After this map, I don't know which one we'll go to. We might go and do a Frostgorge Sound. That sounds fun. Once we've got Frostgorge Sound, we can do... we'll start at... well, that should have been the map. What am I missing? I didn't finish a heart. Oh. I didn't kill enough crate. How about that? What was I just talking about? After we're done Frostgorge Sound, we'll do... move into Fireheart Rise and then do these ones down here. And then that'll actually almost put us at the end of the game, at the end of the run, which is interesting. Assuming I didn't completely forget any maps, which has happened to me before. One time I got to the end of the map and like I hadn't done Diessa Plateau at all. Okay, Frostgorge Sound. This is the highest level zone outside of like the absolute endgame areas. There's also the I guess kind of where the Elder Dragon Jormag's minions are strongest in the core game. They're just sort of like living up north somewhere, so the further north we go, the stronger their influence is. But yeah, these are Dragon Tribe Graw, so they're Graw that are that worship Elder Dragon. Obviously we don't want them to do that. So we're just going to kill all of them and burn all their stuff. This map is fine as far as completion goes. Like, some of the hearts are pretty fun, some of them are reasonably quick, but this map is just also the home of the worst map in the game, the worst heart in the game. Oh my god. Which is coming up very soon, in about 4 hearts time. And watch the ledges. Actually, it is a good question. No, not anytime soon. We will not have to be watching the ledges here, thankfully.
You're in my sights.
It doesn't make any difference if we if the boss spawns here or not. The boss, the entire event area is completely outside any hard areas, so it doesn't really make a difference. Actually, there might be like some stuff we can get from the pre-event if we really wanted to, but I've actually never tried it.
I would enjoy testing my hunting prowess against a Conan.
I gave it my all.
And then right outside this heart is another heart where we're just killing a bunch of Sons of Svanir. We're just like, I don't know, walking all over this cliff for some reason. I don't really know why this heart is like specifically a different heart from killing the people inside the camp, but that's how it is. They're pretty fast to kill most of the time.
Your spirit is mine. One more for the mists.
I gave it my all.
Turn the heart. I'm gonna use the position rewinder here. We don't want to use our boost too early because if we go airborne while we're boosting on the roller beetle, we don't gain any speed. And if we like start boosting at the exact moment we hit the ground or something, like weird stuff happens and it kind of just like completely kills our ability to gain any speed until we dismount.
Might your spirit.
So we kind of want to be a bit careful when we're using